wanna stay or if you wanna go. I know you have difficulty knowing me, but you don't have difficulty showing me that we just need to get away. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. We haven't got unlimited time. Sun is out and you get to your prime. We're falling for love, we're falling for lust, we're falling through everything. You see the summer's getting closer. We don't feel like we are getting older. So show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. your words let me down real easy. Let me down real easy. Well, I'm doing just fine because I caught your lies. You say that it's you, not me. Baby, now that I am free, I want my lips back, my time back, my words like when I said my love back, my life back, my heart, the one that you knew could break, the one that broke with your confidence.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2021 Rainbow Six Siege. We're here with Reflex Championship. I'm Barn Owl, and I'm joined, of course, by my wonderful, infamous companion, Ebac, Andrew.
Hello.
Andrew, how are you doing today?
I'm absolutely fantastic, Barnell. We are here in Reflex Championship, newly branded, but it's the same business. Season 4 of the whole shindig, formerly known as Platinum League. I don't know if it had a previous name before that, but it doesn't matter. We're moving forwards, as you say, into 2021 and into the qualifiers. Who do we have lining up for us today, Barnell?
Well, coming into Season 4 of this league, we've got an absolute tear of a matchup coming up. One of the most exciting ones. We didn't choose this, but if we had the option to, I probably would have picked this one anyway. We have Z-Truth, formerly Pyrolysis, the winners of the last season, coming up against a brand new team to Reflex Championship. We've got Team Sequence Academy. Now, to give you a little bit of context on Z-Truth, they not only won the last season, but they won it in very convincing fashion. And we have two of the most decorated players from that season. We've got Marco, who is Marco and Wick, joint second best KD in this season. Marco had the third best entry stats, and Wick had the most clutches of the season. These guys are an absolutely formidable squad, and we find them attacking first here on our map choice, which is Oregon. Like you said, we're coming into new things. It's a task indeed, yeah. We're coming into Season 4. We're looking for new things, and we've yabbered about new meta stuff before, but this is brand new qualifiers. This is time to bring new stuff. So, what are you looking forward to? What are you expecting to see? What are your predictions coming into this matchup?
It's a tough first match for Team Sequence to come into. You never want to come up against the big boys, and it is the biggest boys, Z-Truth. They're going to be hard to surmount. So I don't know what to expect from Team Sequence. We've not seen them before. We might have seen some players potentially in some other leagues here and there, but as a new kind of team pulled together for this, we don't really know what to expect. And on Oregon, it's a map we know ex-Pyrolysis, Z-Truth love to play. We've seen them on it before, and they have rocked it. We've got to see what Team Sequence can do. It's going to take a lot. And the first ban, Maverick. What do you make of that, Barnell?
Very, very pretty par for the course alongside this Thatcher ban. Nothing too surprising there. Both of them very potent. Oregon's a map where hard breach is important pretty much everywhere you go, and Thatcher and Maverick are both very potent at that. So the fact that we have everybody playing. God, we love our observers, don't we? We've got Max and Science here in production and observation. So shout out to you guys there in the back room.
Shout out to the Backstreet Boys. They are the Backstreet Boys, man.
They are the Backstreet Boys
today.
Yeah, Maverick and Thatcher definitely gonna be slowing down the hard breach. Having both banned is gonna make some of these attacks very, very difficult. So I feel bad for Z-Truth coming out here.
There's a Valkyrie ban. Now, Barnell, that is a very interesting ban. Tell me why.
Both of us immediately like, tell me why. It is. The intel game, obviously, in Siege is massive, and Valkyrie, when played by a person that can play those cams, and more importantly, when you have a team that are all frequently checking those cams and using that intel, is a nightmare. And people are unlikely to bring someone like IQ. And so she can really facilitate an incredible amount of confidence and information across the map. So getting rid of her, alongside Neon, the IGL4 team sequence. Look at that. Pause timer.
Hey.
Incredible. The age that we live in. Okay, so we've got these bans. We don't really need to delve too much deeper into them. The fact that Team Sequence have banned the Valkyrie while they're on defense first. They clearly want to use her, and I think very understandably they're going to be looking at Z-Truth as a formidable team to show. Sure, go for it. I'm fiddling with things with my hands and throwing them over because I'm clumsy. Yeah, so I think the Valkyrie ban is going to make, I think that the entry and the mid game for the attackers as they're taking that map control a little bit safer because they won't be getting spotted by those cams.
Yes. Given how organized Z-Truth have shown themselves to be, especially here on Oregon, you don't want them to have that intel. And if that comes at the cost of your own intel on the defense, that's fine. I think Team Sequence will take that. It's a very sensible ban.
It is, yeah, and we can see, like as you were saying, like they comfortable not bringing the Valkyrie, but at least in this hinted lineup that we see before the rehost was called, they are bringing the Maestro. Obviously, 6 picks, kind of notwithstanding. I just have a quick look at Team Sequence actually while we have this brief minute while Neon hops back into the lobby while the lobby is paused. Incredible. Yeah, so on Team Sequence we have Neon. He is their captain. He is their IGL. So I'm expecting to see him. Probably not leading any charges, but definitely kind of being in that middleman. Often kind of when you have your entries pushing in, your supports moving elsewhere, like the IGL likes to be in the middle of that, kind of keeping an eye on the whole situation. Our IGL in our gold ranked Xbox duo play. They also have James, who is their new guy. He is a flex player apparently. Matt sits on the hard support, and Twift and Tash are there to pick up the frags. So unproven as far as we've seen. I haven't witnessed these guys before, but I'm interested to see.
Well, they picked operators. At least they tried to that suit those kind of roles. It's nice to see the Melusi in play. She's banned out relatively often here on Oregon, but now that Valkyrie's out instead, we can see what Melusi is banned for. That's one thing that we don't see too often in Tier 4 Siege, because Melusi is banned so often. You don't see a lot of teams actually run her that often. I can think of a handful of particular plays where Melusi has really come into use in the last season, not just of this league, but others in T4. So I'm interested to see where those Banshees are placed and how they're really going to deny their opposition. If Melusi is continued with, I imagine the pause will allow us to continue with the pick phase straight away.
That's true. Often when we have rehosts and they coming back into this, there's usually either a slight switch up in operator choice, try and throw off your opponent a little bit. But for this, wait, actually, because the players won't yet have seen it, the reveal phase has not yet hit, and so there will be opportunities to switch off of these when they do resume. But yeah, no, it's interesting. We have the Goyo and the Melusi and the Maestro. 3 people who all bring bulletproof gadgets. Goyo with his 2 shields, Melusi with her Banshees, Maestro with his evil eyes, and Wamai to protect them. Jaeger has not been banned. We might well see the Wamai Jaeger stacking, as Jaeger's ADSs only catch 1 projectile each, since they bring in the coming in of Neon Dawn. They burn 1 projectile, then have a 10-second cooldown, and then they reset indefinitely. So in some ways it's a buff. If you stack them together, it's often difficult for a team to burn out all of them before the next one resets, or if they're spread out, you can often get away with only burning 1 and then get your frags in, get your explosives in to destroy those bulletproof gadgets. So it'll be interesting to see if they bring that double stacked projectile denial, or if they'll lean away from that and just put these bulletproof gadgets in certain positions and hope they stick around long enough.
One thing I like to see from any team, and especially right now on the blue side of your screen, you've got our screen at the moment, as the rehost, I think, is over. The pause is over. Yes, and we're continuing the action. So hopefully you can see on your screen that Nomad Crypt has brought along. I often say, especially on maps like Oregon, you bring the Nomad, you win a lot more often than when you don't. I need to collect I think I might collect that particular individual stat this season in every single match and just see how often Nomad translates to success. Because in T4 Siege, compared to other levels of Siege potentially, I think it's just a pure rule. Whenever I've made a note to say, will the Nomad impact this play? It does. So a bit of an advantage, I think, for Z-Truth. opting for that Nomad. We've got to see what Crypt can do with it, though.
It certainly is extremely potent, especially on somewhere like Oregon, where it has those 3 entries to the top floor, those 3 staircases of White Stairs, Armory Stairs, and North Tower. So the ability as an attacker to decide on which entry you're taking, whether it's whether it's a master bedroom take or North Tower take, and to lock down that flank by only putting 1 jab on a doorway, is extremely powerful, that you can have that kind of safety. Brief note, Neon obviously has returned, 6th picked away from the Frost and is bringing the Mute. In similar fashion to the way air jabs can lock off these kind of finite bottlenecks throughout Oregon, Mute is also very potent at blocking drones. Lots of single doorways which these jammers can sit next to, lots of staircases they can sit safely at the top of, and looks like they're using that Mute jammer to do the stairs, the drone denial, and also seal up the wall. Early round, nothing too crazy in frags, but it looks like flames are burning in walk-in. The floor is open underneath, potentially to deny breach attempts going up through vertical.
Yes,
but
it was Bunny Rub with those first 2 Ash breaching rounds used straight away to get rid of the Goyo. Not just any denial on the walls in those Mute jammers, but the Goyo shield that was sitting in walk-in. So good start for those attackers of Zed Truth, but straight away the ace is taken out by a C4 from Tash.
Where did he throw that? Was that
I
a vertical
don't
up
know.
into...
I was hoping you knew.
It's a vertical up in master. You can see it just there where the diffuser is. Beautiful shot there up in the middle of lobby to knock out their hard breach. They do still have Wick on the Hibana, but Wick is over by big window over on the west-hand side. Opens up the window. Position is going to be known by Tash and Matt playing fairly close angles towards him, but any hard breach attempts will be slowed for now.
May potentially delay those attackers. The attackers, though, in the meantime, they've not got as much time to deal with it as they want. No, they have managed to get it open already, actually. Thank you for showing us that. Which means that in the 4 versus 4, with 1 minute or so left, looking decent as far as the attack goes. But they've lost 2 men, just as I say that. Curse of the commentator. Varna, 1 minute to make it happen for Zed Truth. Can they do it?
Well, it's definitely very fortunate that they got those breaches open before the ace fell. A beautiful shot there from Wick shuts down the Malusi down into a 2 versus 3 for the attackers. Bunny and Wick. They definitely have the potential. James on lower health, and they have the breaches open. That's going to do amazing work for cutting up this site and affording a little bit more safety as these attackers can enter itself. They've got a pretty spread defense. They've got presence in North Tower, White Stairs, and kids' dorms. So many angles they can peek out from to impact this entry from the attackers. But with 30 seconds left, not much utility left. I mean, actually, Hibana hasn't taken a single charge, and she won't get the chance to. Neon with the SMG-11 puts the head. James falls soon. Bunny in a 1 versus 1 as he downs the Maestro. 18 seconds left to find the Mute. Is he going to back off? The Ash doesn't have the diffuser in hand. He finishes off the down play, but the air jab pointed out by you does slow down that rotation. Ash knows he's been hit by that jab. He's going to start slapping that diffuser down. But a vertical from Neon! Beautiful calls there. Whatever information or game led to that decision was beautifully timed. Oh, what
fantastic!
Whether that's a guess for a predicted plant spot or whether it was a call, that vertical with a shotgun was beautifully done.
Absolutely fantastic teamwork from those defenders. In the 3 versus 2, it looked very, very strong. Some incredible individual play from the Ash of Bunny Rub, but it did not work out in the end. Denied by the wonderful potential improvisation from Neon. Backing away at the right time, and despite being jabbed and his position being given away, managed to win out the round. So the first round in the hands of those defenders of Team Sequence is exactly what they wanted to get the first round on the board against the reigning champions.
Absolutely. We see a slight switch up here. We're going down to Laundry. We're bringing the Kaid to assist in the wall and most likely hatch denial. We've switched away from the Wamai to the Jaeger. We are still seeing the Mute and the Malusi, however, so good Nitro potential there from both operators. We've got 3 on the board. And Malusi looking like they're sticking with that to try and slow down these attackers' rush.
One thing I would like to mention at the beginning of this game, Marco on the Twitch is a slightly interesting pick. We do see some Twitch come out on Oregon. Not very much, but a little bit more than we see her in most other places. And I don't know how specific that is to counter Sequence, because against that Maestro in the last round could have proved quite effective. I'm not sure if any of those drones managed to take out any Evil Eyes, at any point during that, but having Twitch denying virtually anything is always very useful for attackers. Got to see what she can do here. No Evil Eyes to take out, but there are Electric Claws around the place that she's going to try and look to find. Neon, though, acting as a maybe intentional, maybe not intentional counter to that at the same time.
Definitely, they're consistently bringing these mute jammers, like a lot of wall denial. Twitch is definitely one of those people like the ceiling of her impact is almost immeasurable. If you get a Twitch drone on site and pick your timing well, you can destroy so much utility. But those drones are large and loud and difficult to hide against defenders that are pretty well switched on. So if you lose them early, she's still a 2-speed, 2 armor with a very, very powerful weapon, but she's not got the most reliable utility.
ZTruth playing it rather slow here. They're taking their time getting their intel together. We know they like intel. That's why Sequence banned the Valkyrie. We've often seen Marco bring out Mozzie. He likes that sort of play. It's probably what he's going to do on the defense. Right now, he's holding a very tight angle towards Twin on that boiler pillar, which is being pressured by 2 other men swinging in, and he's taken out by the Ash. Yet again, Bunny getting a nice early pick. So the advantage now in the hands of the attackers as they take boiler control.
Just making a note there, what was very minimal pillar defense actually there. There was very little fight put up to stop these attackers taking into boiler the bottom of those North Tower stairs, and now the attackers, with more than a minute left, have got entire North control of this bottom floor. The Nomad pushes up, gets a kill onto the site, takes corridor control, or almost gets shot in the head, but that is over in an instant. ZTruth absolutely take advantage of that tiny piece of control in North Tower and just flood across the site, and nothing slows them down.
How did Crypt walk past the mute there, all the way across the supply corridor whilst reloading? I'm not sure. Not sure what happened there for the mute. Lots of things happening. Obviously, he's potentially keeping an eye out on the door on his right. He's ready to throw a C4 to deny a plant potentially. Watching Freezer. At the same time, that's not really particularly excusable. And it's a round loss for Team Sequence, and it was more given away than taken, really. No resistance anywhere. A complete switch up from what we saw on the top floor defense.
I don't know if they felt they were taken off guard, or they felt that there was just so much pressure on North Stairs that they couldn't take it and they had to back off. But giving that up that early without even firing a shot that we particularly saw, we got 2 Banshees in a place where they then stopped contesting, so pretty much wasted utility. It's like that they tentatively backed off and ran away the second that ZTruth stacked up around the area. Bizarre, to be honest. There's not many other ways I can say that. Perhaps they were considering a roam and it came out too slow to try and flank on that attack.
5 seconds left.
That was bizarre.
Maybe we'll see this round as they repeat that same site. They'll hopefully not repeat that defeat. It was not an intentional rhyme. It just came to me. I do love a good rhyme.
So there were Twitch drone going for those ADSs stacked up behind that shield. Got shot out, I think, before it got either of them. Yeah, it missed the first shot and was destroyed by the smoke playing. So we'll see if this smoke and Jaeger can hold off these attackers a little bit longer than last time.
Well, I was talking about Twift and the Melusi trying to block off potential areas with Banshees. James trying to hold that whole area by himself. He's going for the reinforcement. Will Bunny be able to take advantage? He does! Swings round and gets another entry frag. This is what I'm talking about. Those Banshees finally being useful. That Ash's position given away straight away. And Twift swings on around, takes out Bunny Rub in response. So a good trade potentially for ZTruth as it gives them the ground. The Jaeger there managing to actually reinforce the wall without being killed. So ground taken and a defender taken out for the attack. One attacker taken out for Sequence, relatively even at this point.
Bunny Rub's been doing very well so far this game. Twift had a really nice position on the North Stairs. The Ash wasn't really expecting, took advantage of that really nicely. The ace drops, and that's really important. A beautiful shot there up to North Stairs. But the defense, while they had the man advantage, they lost the smoke that early. Really unfortunate. One, they were pushed back that quick, but secondly, that it was the smoke that fell. Those canisters, really potent, especially later in the rounds, but not going to be seen today.
I'm just going to say, 3 smoke canisters, you've still got 3 C4s from Twift, Matt, and Neon in their hands. So if they can just hold on to this ground for another minute or so, when it comes down to that plant, it's going to be very, very hard. And they don't have those side angles open yet. I don't believe they're going to be able to breach with Wick. I believe that is still very much closed. But swinging on round into the site, Marco gets a kill onto Twift. That's one C4 off the board, only 2 left to deny, and one of them was used unsuccessfully by Neon. 50 seconds for the attackers to make this happen. How can they execute?
Neon getting up close with the shotgun. C4 won't find anything, but the 12 gauge might. Matt still present in Freezer. Oh, a swing is punished as he swings and misses. He does a lot of damage to Neon, but the shotgun shuts them down with a headshot. He's holding the same position, which is definitely aware. Wick is definitely aware of this, but he gets punished as well. The shotgun at that range doesn't mess around, and Crit left by himself on very low HP, and Matt is the last one to call out this round. That was still close, but much more convincing from Sequence.
Yep, close for the attackers, but no cigar. Unfortunately, not on Cafe in Cigar Lounge, so that joke is not funny. But great individual play from Neon with the shotgun. He couldn't use the C4 effectively, but he had that really nice new skin, the Virtus Pro skin.
That's probably what did it.
Yeah, the M590. That is exactly what did it. Buy that skin and you will become a magic man. And that is 2 rounds on the board. They managed to make a defense work on the basement and on the top floor. So they are now heading off to kitchen and dining, favoring that over meeting.
Change of site and a couple new operators. We're seeing the castle come out for the first time. We've gone back to the Jaeger. It seems like they're leaving Wamai behind for now.
It's interesting to see the castle on a first floor defense that isn't meeting. You usually see the castle come out on meeting, but less so on kitchen dining. It's going to be intriguing to see where he puts these barricades, whether it's on the external windows. It looks like that is what he is doing, rather than the doorways. So I'll keep an eye on that. But to continue with.
I mean, that was pretty much all, to be honest. I was just going to be hammering home the fact that those 2 laundry defenses really showed a bit of a mentality shift, which that could just be a chance. That could be learning from a round and then immediately fixing your mistakes, which is fantastic. The fact that they can do that, and that looks so convincing, gives me a lot of hope for the Sequence. You know, Z-Truth coming here, champions from last season, some really, really formidable players. Sequence is not taking this line down. They're not paling in comparison to these big players by any means at all. Slight visual glitch there in the hands of the castle. That shorty is stuck in his grasp. I mean, I don't blame him. I wouldn't let it go either. So locking up a lot of security. That the door to it is castled as well.
Yeah, it seems they've got the windows protected with the Jaeger sitting inside the little elbow point of shower corridor. You can see Bunny Rub though trying to put some serious pressure on through that drone hole towards him. It's not really going to bother the Jaeger too much, and they don't have a sledge, so they do have to use either their breaching rounds or their breaching charges to get it open. The only person who can do that on the entire team, other than Ivana Pellets, is Bunny Rub, and he's managed to do that over by White Stairs.
Castle is one of those operators where he can, in certain moments, those castle barricades can be absolutely round defining. And sometimes it can be a case of a breaching charge is used, and the utility is gone, with very little time wasted and very little impact really felt. And that's going to be the case for those ones on the windows there. So shower corridor being a little bit more vulnerable there, and that shield at the end going to really come into use.
Yep, the castle barricade can really catch off an unready attack, but Z-Truth clearly on the ball today. They've managed to get them open. They're taking a little bit of ground, not too much. They're currently heading towards those verticals where they're going to meet Matt, but Matt, the UMP, does not do enough damage. Maybe if he had that AK-12 of the attacking player of Chris, it could have been a lot better for him, but unfortunately only some damage done to Marco as they take full vertical control Z2 with 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Important to take that vertical control, however Twitch is not something that you necessarily think is too powerful up there, but the Ash definitely is. 1 breaching charge left after getting rid of those castle barricades on the floor, and the breaching charges will follow. Currently no kills from the vertical angles, but Chris nets 1 with an open breach over by West Tower, shutting down the IGL Neon. Crypt follows up with James hitting the ground, and though the health is low in the hands of Z-Truth, the man advantage is very well in their favor. Plant begins to go down. Vertical pressure here up from Matt, but nothing really doing this position. They're in such a disadvantage. Bunny Rub does hit the ground though with 30 seconds left. Ebac take us home.
Yep, Matt's coming back round the back to try and pick off some players. They are watching those angles, though, and especially with a Nomad, we don't know where those jabs are, but they are likely protecting any particular flank. Nomad taking him out with his weapon, not her utility. So great play from Crypt, not just to take out the castle, but earlier getting that shower control by taking out the Maestro. Fantastic individual play from him this round. Leaving only one player left. It is Twift against 4.
He swings, not really checking.
Oh,
the corridor
another
and-
one. Crypt.
Yeah, he's going crazy today. He's not one of the people on Z-Truth with his name on the important stats board from last season, but maybe he'll find his way this time. Definitely making a very big impact, both in terms of kills in good moments, and also that utility, those jabs, a lot of security being afforded to them.
2-2 is now the score as we head up to a refreshed site. We're back up to Kids Dorms defense, which we saw first time. It was back and forth. The defenders, I think they initially had quite a decent advantage. Then it was brought back a bit by those attackers. Didn't quite make it happen in the 1 versus 1. But the attackers will think, I imagine if you're Z-Truth at this point in time, you're thinking you can take this top floor. They've got a bit of momentum going. They've, especially on that last attack that we've just seen, pretty dominant that round. If they can bring some of that motivation, that teamwork forwards now that they've woken up a bit, they could bring it to the 3-2 and maybe hopefully even the 4-2 going onto the switch.
You know, their opponent may be called Team Sequence, but Z-Truth really ticked off everything in the right order in that last round. Breach opened, shower corridor control established, vertical control established, and they just picked apart the site. Took like every angle they could desire on it, they had, and they just kept getting picks while doing so, and that really is... If you get those things done, it's pretty hard to lose a
10
round.
seconds left before insertion.
Impressed with how this game is turning out so far. Very nicely balanced here on Oregon. Oregon does bring out some relatively balanced matches in general. It tends to bring out those games that go on and on and on. It's good. We're not seeing Sequence be flattened by those champions. If they could win this out, it'd be rather spectacular. It'd be a very, very strong statement to the rest of the league saying, hey, I know it's just qualifiers, but we are qualified. They are very much proving themselves at the start of this game. They've got to keep it up, though. Oregon defense is a good place to start. They've got to make sure they can keep it up. And they'll want that 4-2. They want at least 3 rounds, certainly, going on to their attack.
They absolutely will. We've switched away from the Jaeger back to the Omai. They're definitely enjoying the ability to throw those magnets wherever they like. I'm interested, actually, we saw a Banshee and a Goya Shield placed in Trophy. Now, if they can hold that ground for a little bit, then they can do a lot of work to slow this attack into the breach down. But no, they've given up control of Trophy. Crypt is there on Armory Stairs. They have taken Master Bedroom, and the breach and walk-in is already being opened. Crypt may fall to James with that Org Aid 2 in hand, but a lot of work has already been done by these attackers.
It's more work being done by the Banshee in the middle of that room. The Nomad heading right towards it, position given away. The peek comes out and she's dead. Another peek coming out. Again in the same position, I believe the Banshee giving away Sophia's position. And James acts yet again. A lovely double from the Whamai. Proving very, very strong at the beginning of this game. 5-3 advantage for defenders of Team Sequence with half the round gone.
Half the round, a pretty significant man advantage in the hands of the defense, as well as that ticking clock. The fact this Banshee is still present with this Goya Shield is a problem. If a defender can sneak out and blow that shield, don't tell me that's James getting more work done.
Well, he's managed to get the down onto Chris Cash, which is the most horrible name to pronounce ever as a cast. I'm just calling him Chris from now on. He has been revived, fortunately, for the attack. They will need every single angle that these attackers can hold. Here comes Bunny, seemingly aware of someone being underneath. And there isn't any more as he takes out Neon. Great play from the Ash. Great awareness. Good drone play.
Good drone play. Neon clutched out the last Kids game here. Oh, a beautiful shot from there. Shuts down Chris Cash.
Too slow!
Only 2 attackers left on such low health. Wick has made an entry into big window in Kids Dorms, but he knows he can barely take a fight. He can hit those shots when he needs to, though, so this is by no means a done deal. Oh, it is.
It is. It is indeed.
Thank you for correcting me so rapidly there.
What that was a fantastic defensive round. A bit of a misplay. I was saying at the start of this match, I want to see how those Banshees come into use, and that pairing of Goyo and the Melusi really, really strong there in Trophy. A almost triple, just peeking out of Attic. It's basic play. Then the ace later peeking towards, I believe, the smoke, sitting in games on a predictable angle without pre-firing it or being ready for it. That's just silly. And that the refragging player of the Ash coming around late from Trophy, that's so expected by that smoke player. He was already there watching that position. Just a bit silly from the attackers, really. It's not something that we've seen a lot from formerly Pyrolysis last season. Z-Truth going to have to look within themselves, push themselves forward, keep it strong, because a bit back and forth right now. They're really not. They're failing to keep rounds together consistently. They really don't have that sequence of wins, quite ironically.
It definitely is good to see Sequence come in and contest this so heavily. We have seen an adaptation in the side of Z-Truth. For a couple of rounds now, they've been bringing the Zofia in the hands of Chris rather than the Twitch. They were bringing her across all sites, but they've switched across. The drone wasn't managing to have the impact they desired, often being shot out before it could destroy utility. So I'm interested to see whether or not the double up of the Zofia and Ash, probably burning those ADS and perhaps those concussions, can clear out that smoke position even faster than last time. Because while they did manage to get that opening pick last time onto the smoke, they didn't push the position and the wall was still reinforced. And that slowed down that attack so much that the defenders did a great job of holding them off at North Cloud side, and that just slowed the round down enough that they managed to hold their ground, get more picks until the round was theirs.
That elbow wall is so key, because if that's open in the last few seconds, you can't hug that bomb. You cannot sit in that corner position without having to watch so many angles. It's bad enough. Thank you for showing that corner with the square on it. That is exactly where you want to sit if the wall is closed. But if it's wide open, you are so exposed, and there is too much to do. That was the position that won out the defense for Sequence last time. Let's see if they can do it this time around. Now, James gave up this position rather early, as you said last time. He didn't really get any chance to use his smoke canisters, and yet again, he's backed off. The shield is down, and here come quite a few players towards his position. Not yet using any smoke canisters. There we go. Now it's coming out. His position clearly there. Will he fake reinforce or just fully reinforce? I think he's just going to lock it up and stay there. Zofia already in the site, taking advantage, shooting him in the back. No, it wasn't the smoke, it was the Jaeger. So smoke canisters still being used. Melusi going aggressive on supply corridor, getting a double. Great individual play from Twift yet again, stepping up and bringing the advantage back in the hands of the defenders with 1 minute 20 left.
That play from Melusi. Twift. Neon gets another SMG level, showing Marco down
the bomb.
2 versus 4. What a 1v4. Bunny left by himself. Oh, I'll let this round play out, but I need to draw attention to what Melusi pulled just then.
Barnow's been dumbfounded completely. Bunny Rub, though, going to make it even worse for Barnow if he manages to clutch this out. He's got 1 of the 4 that were remaining. Just pre-firing a lot of angles, waiting for aggression from the defenders. But they are going to play it smart. There is no way that they will peek this with 40 seconds left. They've got to hold hard angles or play it safe. But no, Jane's taken out. Ash does not manage to swing round on the remaining 2 defenders. Mute and Kaid there watching across. There is no way she is getting any more than those 2. It's another round for Team Sequence. That is exactly what they will have wanted. As we move on to round 7, it is 2-4. Exactly what I was saying at the 2-all. They want this 4-2 advantage on their defense so that they have a bit more of a cushion with attacking, as it is very tough. We know that Z-Truth can defend this map very strongly.
They certainly can, which is why I absolutely cannot count out Z-Truth. Defending Oregon is a place you can absolutely claim back all these wins in a row if you need them. I need to draw attention to what Twift pulled. They tried to go for that swing when the smoke was reinforcing, and he smoked it off, and they got that reinforcement down. Great. They did that. But Zofia, there was so much aggression of like, oh, you think you're safe because you got this reinforcement off? No, in this moment, I will strike. Got a kill off, only was not down to half health, and backed off straight away. An amazing show of aggression there from the Zofia. I think it was Chris playing the Zofia in that moment. But the fact that the champions of the last season, some of the most formidable players in this league, and Twift, brand new team to Reflex, immediately says, not scared of that, have some of it back. Sprint back out into attacker territory. That north stairwell, that was attacker territory. And knocks out a double. Just instantaneous slap back of, no, we are not scared of you. We are not scared of this. Have it right back.
Slap back. What a band name.
Write it down.
I'm writing it down in my notes.
I loved that play. Twift, compliments to you from
with the MP5 as well.
MP5, yeah.
Those headshots. No, you wouldn't imagine that there was a nerf to Melusi seeing that play. Also getting the triple fall around, picking up another one, crucially on the second to last man. Can they translate that to the attack sequence? We don't know. We've never seen him do it before. So at the moment, reaching towards Classroom. They may not know that Crypt is in that strong position. They don't really need to right now, as the angles have been opened. Any denial has been stopped for now. Chris, risky, but he knows that the Legion is down there, so he doesn't really... It's not too much of a risk to put another jammer down. It is rather exposed from that position. Sequence will probably soon realize that is the case and then have to deal with Crypt later. Crypt pull out some fantastic moments, especially on the Nomad on attack. For Z-Truth, what can he do on this Legion here? It's going to have to be a strong individual play as the drones coming out for those attackers. Tash is nearby. Legion does not go for the aggression.
They're acting as if they don't know he's there, and if they don't, that is a massive failure to drone, because he has been there the whole time, and there's nothing really stopping them from droning him out. If they haven't spotted him out and he strikes later on, that is a massive misplay from Sequence.
We will have to wait and see. Right now, Breach is getting opened in Attic. Neon taking the ground with the help of Matt on the ace. Now that angle has been opened, they've identified also, I can see Banshees being pinged. That Ping 2.0 system. That was a serious, serious problem for the attack of Z-Truth. Now they've used it. They've managed to get a kill. I'm not sure that was thanks to it directly. It looks like it is because of that death position. Crypt on the Melusi getting a... Not Crypt on the Melusi. Crypt on the Legion, as we were saying. That hidden player actually getting a pick. So it may well have worked actually down there.
Oh, that flick from the Jammer Neon. Oh, that was beautiful. The SMG. Good to see it in the hands of someone other than Clash being played. Interesting to see the Kali pick come out, actually, to make sure you can get past these jammers. And those long angles across Attic are a really good place for that rifle.
Yeah, especially if they're playing an open trophy setup, which we've seen from numerous teams in T4 as of late, but currently closed off Z-Truth. 4 versus 3 for the defenders. It looks like we're going to see quite a big rush in through Kid Storms, but they've been denied by Crypt across the way from Games. There are so many angles for Matt to contest. He's pretty much isolated over there. Neon coming up though from behind on White Stairs. He manages to take out the Games player, but is shut down himself, and that is the first defensive round in the hand of Z-Truth. Another first round of the defense, one on the top floor.
Just writing a note down. The master take there was completely shut down. The any hope of breaching and using walk-in was really denied. I don't know exactly how much of that was down to the fact that the Legion was allowed to be there. But when
he did get the kill later, and I'm not sure if that was during denying that area. But he was later up in Games, so that may have been a kill onto Trophy at that point.
Either way, the fact they didn't drone and see him and pinch him from lobby and the classroom window is a shame. That is really something you should be doing. Like, you should be able to do better than that. But just, I think really good job from Z-Truth. That take across Attic, the Kali and the Ace, where they reformed the group that you kind of reassembled together to take in across Attic was good. But Z-Truth were just there to deny. They shut down one take, turned all their attention to Attic to shut that down. And although it was a good flank from Neon, he got a pick for it. It's a little bit too much work for one man.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yep, it's another round brought back for Zed Truth. On defensive Oregon, it's where you want to be. Especially when you have a disadvantage, you need to get some rounds going. Have Zed Truth been in the lead yet? I don't believe they have. I think it's been all sequence in the lead so far, and then a lot of even rounds being brought out. So looking good for sequence. Just a reminder, it's only this map in this matchup. Sequence will win this whole series just by winning this one map, and they're only 3 rounds away from it.
These qualifiers happening at the moment. There are 9 games currently happening. We've got 6 rounds of games in these qualifiers, and we'll be casting 1 of 9 of these games with each round. So after this game, we'll be doing a game from round 2, and then a game from round 3, and then there'll be the next rounds 5 and 6 on the 15th of January. So for now, you'll have this game while other games are happening to determine the qualifiers and who comes into Reflex Championship for the Season 4. We'll be back with the next round. So it'll be interesting to see across the day, lots of teams playing lots of games, one after each other, one after another. So I'm looking forward to later in the day how these teams are holding up mentally after so many games against different opponents as well.
Looks like Zed Truth doing a bit more of a specific hold of Blue Bunker. They are playing a lot more aggressively, the Jaeger especially, but he's supported! He's managed to get 2! They've just walked into him! And the helping player in Wick over on Elbow has managed to take one as well. James, isolated now over by North Tower, has been taken out whilst holding a frag grenade! And now only Matt's left, standing outside wondering what happened to his team. Wow, what a collapse. Some great aggression. I was in the middle of saying Bunny Rub clearly playing a bit more aggressively than Sequence on this defense of Bunk, and he might catch someone off. And before I even said it, he caught off almost the entire team.
It was such a well-timed, shooting out the drones there is not crazy. Like having a player near that door to shoot drones is pretty standard. To immediately shoot the drones and then think, they've seen me here, they won't expect this aggression, and to push up and immediately have that perfect crossfire with the elbow player, really, really good move. Well-measured aggression. And now Matt, he's a little bit for pride to try and get
Oh, the silhouettes, it's terrifying, and it's a flawless round for Zed Truth. This is more what we expect to see from them. I mean, if anything, it was Team Sequence being disappointing, just being a bit lazy with their intel play, not expecting someone to be aggressive on Bunk. It's a relatively safe assumption usually that no one's going to charge out at you like that or suddenly take a position. But when you're not covering it, what can you expect? Make sure you keep things covered. And if you don't, pre-fire those angles. Just a bit of a rookie mistake, really, from Team Sequence. Again, on the basement, they seem to be throwing rounds down there. And now it's 4-4 on the scoreboard. They've lost the advantage that they once had. And now they're on the attack. That looks a lot scarier.
It certainly does, and Z-Truth just looks so at home right now. On the attack, it was really Sequence bringing a surprising level of success, aggression, and confidence. Z-Truth, they have that as well. It is by no means a case of the old champions are rusty. This is a case of Z-Truth are an extremely competent team. And Bunny's behavior right there just screamed that for the mountaintops. That was just, yeah, I can take this. I'm confident in this area. I'm confident with this gunfight.
Screamed it from the mountaintops like a rabid bunny. What would that sound like, Bunny?
I'm not sure what it sounds like, but hopefully Team Sequence are bringing
It would sound like one of the Rayman raving rabbits. That's what I imagine he sounds like.
Thankfully, your Mike's gate defended us from most of that.
Oh, really? Oh, damn it.
Fingers crossed Team Sequence, however, are bringing a golden carrot prize stuffed in a musket and can shut that down. Different references for Bunnies, though.
Well, yeah, I guess. To bring it back to Raven Rabbit, Sequence got to bring their plunger and do the dirty work this round to bring it back. God, I loved those Raving Rabbits adverts in like 2009. Or
I
whenever
had
it
more
was.
fun in the adverts than I did in the games.
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah. Okay, moving on from rabbits. Let's see what the attackers can do here to bring it back. Well, right off the bat, they've got that first pick. Neon flushing Marco down the toilet, covering the shower in blood. You're going to need to turn that on and wash that away because, dearie me, it's a mess.
Definitely a good start to take that. And Ash is actually already taking into showers itself. They're running circles around, but Chris, the C75, is an excellent close-range weapon, and he puts it to work, but it's traded in pretty short order by James. Headshot from BT89, Type 89, not running the BDS skin because he's not a true esports fan. Bunny is primed and ready, though, bottom of white stairs, ready to pounce onto shower corridor, but the attackers have already done a lot of work. Twift is very low, can maybe do with a bit of a reset, but the man advantage firmly in the hands of Sequence. They have that vertical control. Smoke's already going down, and attacker presence already very well established. The drone's here, ready to call out, but a smoke propagation trick-ish packs them off.
Interesting. Matt moving away from the default plant as it's smoked through the wall by the looks of it. And the smoke guesses the wrong spot for the second canister, which allows the plant to go down. Now the retake has to happen. 3 defenders versus 4 attackers. Now 3 versus 3. Matt, though, holding a surprise angle, takes out the Legion, but it's shut down in return. So it's a 2 versus 2, but now 2 versus 1. Only 1 defender remaining, thanks to James with the Type 89. No BDS skin. Very disappointing. Twift on very low health, but James is on full. It's still definitely doable, but only 17 seconds left for Wick to make it happen. And he's taking it so slowly. He's running down the clock himself. He needs to move quickly. It looks all but done here. Yes, it definitely is. He cannot disable that diffuser. He's just got to get that kill for pride against Twift now as another round goes in the hands of Sequence. They're first on the attack. Another successful attack today. No successful defenses of the first floor yet, unfortunately, for either team. But it puts us in 5-4 advantage for Sequence now on the scoreboard. That might give them the confidence they need on their attacking play to win for the first time on a Kidstorm's attack.
Z-Truth, while they demonstrated some really good defenses there on this half, they have yet to take the lead in this. Sequence are making sure they stay just a little bit ahead. That, you mentioned confidence attacking. I think Z-Truth had maybe a fraction too much confidence in that defensive.
Yeah.
Like the last 30 seconds of that, when the plant was going down, they had completely given up control of the dining site. And the control they could exert on dining was by the smoke canisters thrown through that kind of top line on the doorway, and from the Legion in the hatch, who can then aim through a very narrow angle down towards the west wall. The Legion could have got an angle on the plant spot if he had looked in the right spot. So I think really that fell down to a slight oversight from the Legion player on the last round. Not sure if that was Crypt last round as well. But just really good adaptation of plant spot there in the last few seconds to avoid those smoke casters and get that down.
I've been very impressed by the entire roster of both teams so far this match. Everybody's had a moment or two to shout out about.
For sure.
It's been a good balance. That's one thing we're used to with Z-Truth. Everybody steps up here and there. They all have their specific roles, but they're all doing a pretty good job. Enough to note it, definitely. And making good use of utility, a lot of these players throughout these rounds. I've noticed it more than you do in quite a lot of other games. Some very, very strong use of utility to counter opposition. Twift taking some early damage over by North Tower. I'm not sure where that was from. Was he peeking the kids' window? And might have been shot there. I'm not sure where that came from. Are you?
I am equally confused.
It's a mystery!
Hopefully that's the only missing happening, as they're lining up for a bit of a north take. Zofia going below to try and get rid of those electrifications from the bandit. Nothing too difficult. A simple little peek up there. You see the explosion pop off the top part of your screen just there, and the ace will begin the north take. Looks like a pretty stacked north take. 3 of those attackers are over there. Some free fires back from Bunny. He eats a bit of damage in return for it. Not sure the other 2 attackers are, though. Most likely lining up for a later walk-in breach would be the expected thing. Though, actually, Tash lining up for potentially a game's window. Bit of action. Takes a lick. Oh, no, he's not unaware of the position again, is he?
Again?
No! Don't get fooled by this.
doesn't take advantage of the angle and almost wallbangs Tash through that doorway. Just a bit too slow from Frick, missing 2 key fights. James, though, isolated in master bedroom, doesn't have the support and is taken out by 2 defensive players, suddenly rushing from trophy.
Lovely cross angle there from Neon, however, looking over towards the armory, stairwell, and window, shuts down the Legion. James,
Back and forth round so far.
So, I mean, that back and forth game. James must have been so isolated there because he had the pistol out fighting for his life. The ARX not got a massive capacity. I'm not sure if that was what he was using, but I wouldn't be that surprised to see you run out with the ARX and then resort to the pistol. Mark 1 is a very nice handgun. One of my favorites. One of my favorite handguns, to be honest.
Chris taking some serious damage from that peek on the armory corridor window. He wants to stay alive to use that C4. But Neon falling actually on the sledge. I thought that was one of the defenders for a moment. It was not. It was one of the attackers. The defenders now having a 4 versus 3 advantage. 30 seconds left for these players. Mostly in attic is where they're congregating to make this attack happen. There's so many angles across. They're going to have to pre-fire well.
Another one gets downed as Matt is beat down somewhere in attic. Yeah, this attic attack has been fairly successful to take the ground, but the attackers have just had no success taking anywhere else. A run through the smoke is punished, but a quick flurry from Z-Truth shuts that down. That really came down to the fact that the attackers never had a foothold anywhere else.
I love that little last second execute. They realized 2 players left. They are both in attic. We've got a man advantage. There's only a few seconds left. Let's just push him through the smoke, through the doorway. One of you will get the kills, and Chris did indeed with a lovely double to sweep it up. 5-5 is the score, but looking at how this game has gone so far, as you said in the last couple of rounds, there's still not an advantage for Z-Truth. They haven't been in that winning position at all. And now is the time it needs to happen if they're going to win in regulation time. They have to win 2 in a row now. 3 in a row in total to get the whole thing won, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen currently.
I don't think we're doing this in regulation. I think we're going to overtime. It really came to, it came like the fact that the attacking presence from Master never had that foothold. Yeah, exactly as you mentioned, right? That they had the mad advantage, and Team Sequence effectively just became very dangerous fish in a barrel. They can fight back from the barrel, but they're still in the barrel of that lower attic position. What
Sequence have showed is that they are smart. They are smart players who know the game. And probably the best example to show that is the kills. If you look at the scoreboard, we can get that up quickly. Thank you very much. All positive or even for Z-Truth. 10-8, 10-7, 9-5, and then evens with high kills for Z-Truth. Sequence almost entirely negative or even. They are still 5-5 and they look strong. They don't have the kills to support it. And that shows a team who are winning rounds through smarts, through tactics, plants, holding off via time on defenses. They don't even have to win the fights necessarily. But they are getting the key kills where necessary. And that's definitely what you need on a basement attack of Oregon. You have to get kills nice and early. And the one player they will want to shut down, given what happened last time, is Bunny Rub. Again, holding that position over by Bunk to support Whip on elbow.
To be honest, more than that, more than just a careful bit of aggression into Bunker, I'd like to see an attack that does something other than a north pick. Something that isn't north stairs and Bunker. Freezer and Laundry are both completely valid.
Sounds like you're a fan of Lion's Creed.
No.
Just a bit of an inside joke for everyone.
Wow,
anyway,
what a great casting reference.
Yeah, fantastic casting reference.
Don't mind us just making inside jokes that you won't get.
Favorite caster of Lion's Creed.
Anywho, Laundry and Freezer are both very valid entry points. They can really apply a very good dividing pressure. But for now, Tash is being punished because all the pressure is coming from one place. All these defenders can line up and say, north stairs, Bunker. If we can deny those 2 places, we win.
Yeah, they might not be dividing pressure, but they're certainly providing pressure. It's not really doing much, though. There we go, finally it is doing something. Curse of the Commentator is mad today. A kill each for each team, just in that couple of seconds flurry. Chris being in meeting, providing some serious worries for those North Tower players. James doesn't know what to do. He's isolated over there, as Neon and Twift are the only other 2 players, and they are quite far away from him right now. They managed to take Elbow to control. A minute on the clock for this attack to happen. They have the man disadvantage. Only 1 frag remaining for those attackers. No hard breach. So things are going to be very difficult, especially given that the smoke is still in play and the C4s on the board. Crypt being taken out. Bit of a disadvantage for those defenders coming into the potential execute. Twift opening an angle so that defenders cannot hold that corner position. Smoke canisters coming out now, 30 seconds for the execute. Here comes the Melusi swinging around. She's taken out though in response for getting that kill. It's a 2 versus 2. James, he has no time to plant as the C4 comes over on top, but it doesn't kill him. It takes him down to about 1 HP. Chris has many angles to watch. He's being covered across from Boiler, which means that James can get the plant down. Only 10 seconds left. James goes aggressive though, and it's shut down. Neon, only player remaining, 1 versus 2. 5 seconds to make it happen. It does not happen indeed. Wick swinging home round for Zed Truth. He very, very slowly getting that rotate open and then finally finishing it off with the SMG-11. That was such a bit of a back and forth towards the end of that execute. But ultimately, it seemed the defenders most of the way through. And most importantly, Barnau, what does that mean for the scoreboard?
It means for the first time, your champions from Season 3 of Reflex Champions has taken the lead.
What?
6-5. They either win the next round and they win, or this goes to overtime.
We got no
Unfortunately,
pause.
because there was a rehost required at the start of this game to bring back Neon, it looks like no pause will be allowed to bring back the IGL of Sequence. Not what they needed in this moment at all. That is going to be an absolute death knell. And if they can pull themselves through this, I'll be extremely impressed.
Yep. Despite how handy the pause feature is, the rules still are the same as rehost, which you can only do 1 per team per map. Maybe per game? It's certainly per map. So unfortunately, Sequence, they've lost a man going into what could be the last round. Yeah, exactly. That is going to be a nightmare because, as you were talking about previously, it looks like we're headed for overtime, and you would expect that given how Sequence have been playing and how the rounds been going back and forth. Z-Truth do have the round advantage, but with a 5 versus 5, it's still on the cards, despite the fact that this particular site, Kitchen and Dining, has been so hard to defend. But now on a hard to defend site, they've struggled to defend with they've struggled to defend it. They're on the attack, sorry, Sequence. They do have a man disadvantage. They have a round disadvantage. If they lose this, they've lost. That is the end of their hopes to win this out against Z-Truth, which would be a really great start for Sequence. Bit of a shame.
I mean, we said from the beginning of this that this is a very difficult first fixture for them. They're coming in hard. You see James very, very quickly trying to make an entry here into lobby, but it looks like he's by himself. Drones coming in from behind. We've seen one of the strengths, I think, from Sequence is they've been very good at droning. We've seen a lot of those moves where drones follow attackers, coming behind them. Bunny Rob's below, an odd place to be on a kitchen defense, but Twift seems aware of it.
He's sticking around.
He's not. The headshot shuts down Bunny, and the man count is now even. A 5-4 isn't by no means a death sentence. Neon, very, very potent, was leading in kills and was the only positive player on their team for a very long time, but they've made short work of Bunny, one of the highest fraggers on their opponent, and they've got the hard breach done from meeting. This is a really good start. Tash gets another, and the man advantage is now actually in the hands of Sequence. Neon has returned. He can be on the cam, making calls. Marco eats a whole load of damage as well.
But he does manage to take out Twift in return for that damage. He's on 12-6 now, Marco, with that 2 KD. He's absolutely rocking it. 3 versus 3, 1 minute 20 on the clock. The Ash getting the pick on the Jaeger at the start was very useful, but the Bandit striking back onto Tash. A really, really great play upstairs from the Bandit. It means only 2 on site, but with only 2 attackers left, they can't just rush on in from the position they're in right now. They've got to clear that Bandit out. You can't let him sit there above, and you can't let Marco sit on white stairs staring at you. And that is another player taken out. It's James, leaving only Matt with everything to do. All of Sequence's hopes for this first match of qualifiers lie with him. They rest with Matt.
This is not the first time Matt has been left in a 1 versus X situation. This is looking really uncomfortable for him. He does have several ways into the site. Hard breach is done. He has the diffuser and the smoke in hand, but he's only got 30 seconds left. And even though Marco is so low, there is just so much stacked against him right now, and he's looking like he's on the defensive. He's hiding in here, waiting for some aggression that he knows isn't going to come. Z-Truth are tempered aggression. They strike hard when they choose to, and they do not overextend. And that is going to be all, to quote Tudor's, she wrote, for round number 1 of the Reflex Championships qualifiers for Season 4. Man.
Marco extending his very, very strong fragging play. Again, he's 2 KD plus from that game. Absolutely brilliant. Some great fragging play from Z-Truth, which saw them through just about in the end. But a beautifully contested map. A great beginning to the qualifiers, if I say so.
I can only agree. Z-Truth came in swinging. There were some beautiful moments of aggression throughout it, and they really came through, especially on their defense. Obviously, Oregon relatively defender-sided-ish, but by no means is that bought and paid for. But Team Sequence, brand new to Reflex Champions, and what an introduction. They lost the first round, but there are 3 more rounds there are 3 rounds today, and there are 3 more on the 15th. So plenty more Sequence is going to be
I
coming.
hope so.
I hope so too.
I hope we see them next season, because that was very, very exciting play, and they looked very competent. They just dropped those silly rounds, those 2 rounds that they lost on basement, attacking and defending, where they threw rounds away. That second round of the match on their first basement defense, where they just let them in from North Tower, no resistance. That was it. And then
that's
that
how close.
second attack later on, that was all it was. As you're saying, yes. Go ahead and make that point.
I mean, it was just like it was that close. I mean, like you know, it's the difference of throwing around is how close it was. And I think for a team to come in fresh into Reflex Champions and to do that against the previous season's winners, I mean, they've made a fantastic impression on me, at least. I cannot wait to see these guys again. And Z-Truth looking on fantastic form. I haven't got much else to say on that, apart from that was a really enjoyable game, and I need to hop into their Discords to say GG, because that was really good.
Yeah.
Any closing comments from you back on that match?
Not yet. I'm not sure who we have up next, but it's one of the 9 matches that will be going on in the next lineup. We'll find out and let you know as soon as possible, which will be rather soon. We're just going to make sure that the other matches are finished. So tune back in a short period of time, as soon as you can, and we'll be back with the next match of qualifiers, hopefully as entertaining as that one.
Yeah, so stick around. We'll be back here with an update for you. Whatever's going to happen, we'll let you know very imminently. So don't go anywhere, apart from maybe to get a drink, get some snacks. Go and if you have an instrument in your room, go fiddle with that for like a few minutes, enough to make yourself feel good about practicing, but not so much that you get distracted. And then be right back here, because we'll be back here to bring you some more of a day of fantastic Siege. Welcome back to Reflex Champions. We'll see you guys soon.
to my soul. Rip me to pieces, let it all go. My heart was on fire, but you let me burn. You got me wired, now there's no return. No. You took my heart, you took my soul. Rip me to pieces, let it all go. what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. Break down, look at your life, why you wanna be known. Head down, look in my eyes, tell me what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. No, we don't wanna die, we'd rather be alone. Are you the animal, cannibalistic missile, crashing all around? Are you the animal? Do you remember out on a limb you listen quiet all around? Are you the animal? I'm not afraid of you. I feel we're ready to die. But time is on my side. Feel it going inside me, but you'll never find me. I need my heart to make me whole. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. No, we don't wanna die, we'd rather be alone.
Moving down to LA, to the land of opportunity. My grandma thinks I'm crazy for giving Hollywood a piece of me. I'm holding my head high, act like the world's mine. I didn't come for nothing, and all I know is I can't let them see. I got no idea what I'm doing. Take it all till I make it all the way. I've been winning, I've been losing, but you're never gonna read my poker face. Take it all till I make it.
Hello, everybody.
go.
Welcome back. I am Ebac, joined by the wonderful Barnowl for the second round of matches in the Reflex Championship qualifiers. Barnowl, how excited are you for this match? And tell us what it is first.
I am very excited. We've just come fresh off of match 1 of the qualifiers that we've been streaming. We had an absolute stormer. It was Z Truth versus Team Sequence, and it was a great match. If you missed it, you should go back on the VOD and watch it because it was a lot of fun. And we have a similar story here. We have Proximity, a name that you know if you were here with us last season, against Ignite Esports. Some experienced players, but a new roster here at Reflex. Proximity have some very heavy hitters, Geico and Zixi. They are all over our top scoreboardy bits. I mean, Geico alone, 4th best KD in the league, 4th best entry, and tied 4th most clutches. Zixi, best KD in Reflex Season 3. No one topped him for KD. He was 2nd on entry, and he is the actual tied 4th in terms of clutches for last season. These are some big names, some heavy hitters, and Ignite are going to be coming here to set a similar precedent to what Sequence did in the last game. I'm looking forward to it, and we are on a clubhouse.
We're on Clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
Well,
I've heard that some ridiculous people refer to it as a sandwich. I forget what kind because it's a stupid reference.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. One thing I wanted to reference, actually, now that you talk about Zixi and his clutch ability and his fragging play, we're on Clubhouse. I can remember a very specific example of him 1v3ing with 20 seconds left when I think I said when I was casting him, I think I was solo casting that match, and I said, oh, there's no chance he's going to get this one. And then he just went and did it, just killed them all and won it on the attack on Clubhouse. If he can pull anything out like that, that would be absolutely fantastic. Rocking the Zofia, I remember. So they've got a fight Ignite today.
I mean, I keep quoting Two Doors. It's going to be a bit of a no. I can't say barn burner. I can't say it. No, it goes against my brand.
It's a barn owl burner. It'll set you on fire. It will ignite your passions.
Well, I don't mean to brag, but a couple of minutes ago, Science did say that I was hot. So
great.
Gotta follow that one through.
And those flames, it might spread over to me. It might inflame me. Because you're in close proximity to me.
Oh, good.
Yeah, see, I tied in all the names.
I'm glad that you did that.
Great, what a fantastic joke. Moving on to the rest of the game, Barnell.
Well, we are here in the band phase on Clubhouse. Thatcher and Maverick were our bands in the last year on Oregon, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the same thing. We start with a third... Mav! Yay!
It's Mark, everyone's favourite hard breacher. It's like twice last season I accidentally called Maverick Mark for no reason. So you know what? He is Mark from
Trivia
now
question
on. Mark,
in the Twitch chat. What is Maverick's real name? Go jump on your games in the bios. And Thatcher's there as well. Pretty common. And this is a set of bans to slow down hard breach. Both teams banning these things is telling me that they are either confident that they can get hard breach open with things like Kali, with using verticals to destroy wall denial, or finding alternative methods. Because Thatch and Maverick are two of the most well-defined and trusted. Yeah, proficient, exactly. And Kaid as well, actually being banned. This hatches would stay closed completely if Maverick and Thatcher were both banned, but with Kaid, you're not able to get those closed. So Hibana and Ace, both the hard breaches left. Thermite as well also going to be able to get those hatches open on Clubhouse, which is such a hatch-centric
challenge with those impacts. But speaking of impacts, Maestro won't be able to make his own as he is the final man banned out. Also an operator who has impacts, he won't be able to use those. So expect a lot of lesion on the basement. Some Malusi, most likely as well, who we've seen come into play today in quite an interesting fashion in that first match. I don't know if we managed to get the league table up on the overlay at any point, given the first round of matches. Of course, these two are winning teams. They won the first round, so they both have 3 points in hand. There are how many rounds? But is there the 4 rounds?
There are 6 rounds.
6.
Of games.
Sorry.
3 today, 3 on the 16th, on the 15th. Ignore me.
Right.
15th. So in each round, all I think 18 teams are playing, and we are casting one of those 9 games per round. And this is the game that we're bringing you in round number 2.
Fantastic.
And Ignite winners in the first round, as you mentioned, Ebac. Lineups wise, Mute, Smoke, Malusi, Jaeger, Valkyrie. Nothing extraordinary in terms of how rare they are, but definitely something very potent. Interestingly enough, they've opened up part of that construction wall to cache room, often something you see reinforced, a target of hard breach when attackers move through construction, but the defenders seem to be wanting to use that to their own advantage. On the flip side, we've got the double hard breach, the classic duo Hibana and Thermite, along with the soft breaching and explosive delivery that is the power trio of Ash, Sophia, and Sledge.
Yeah. They can achieve a lot, those three. It's why you see them brought out so often. This is one of the most standard lineups you would expect. Does leave a lot to do, though. They're going to have to get rid of any denial that they see, especially from Cryptic on that wall from underneath, most likely, is how they'll manage to take that out. And currently guarding that area is the Malusi of Zidros, fighting towards Element over here in main entrance.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It looked,
Oh.
beautiful shot there from the R4C Element, shuts down Zydros. And it looked like even before that fight came, and run out, shut down Mitchell. What were you thinking?
Getting
Just such a
aggressive
loud-
on the Ash in this position. Element really straight off the bat in his element.
Absolutely. Now, Element, however, even before Malusi hit the deck, he got a breaching charge off on the floor, which destroyed the mute jammer, and so we see that the main breach over on CC and TV has been opened. Tempeta holding long angles from Garage towards that main breach, but these attackers now have a lot to play with. Construction side is pretty uncontested, aside from Cryptic in the doorway, which means that everything from breach to construction to almost garage is free for the taking. With 1 minute and 30 left, that's a lot of progress done and a great man advantage established. We're in 5-2. This would be a flawless start to the game back.
It could. There's still 2 defenders remaining, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But losing the player in cash is an absolute disaster. You say the ground is there for the taking. It is, but they still got to take it. Tempeta holding a long angle with the FMG9, not something you usually see, especially on this defense. Shotgun's so useful. He's favoring those longer angles. Max C has to get aggressive here to try and get an early pick, and he does! Lovely peek onto Zeke. He comes around and gets another one onto the cash push. All the players denied on that entry. He goes for a fast C4, but it does not quite reach the Sledge on the opposite side. Great delay play from Max C, bringing it back almost even. Oh, now bringing it back even. He gets another one onto Broker. He's being live droned. He won't mind. He's got the Banshee behind to watch the other side. Tempeta picks up another. There's only one attacker remaining. Barnow, the curse of the commentator. Almost indeed true, but Geico gets one. Is shut down again by C. What a round. A 4K from the Valkyrie. What a great start to this match. I am so excited already. Woo!
I mean, wow.
You were so wrong.
Alright.
5-2. So much ground for the taking. They got able to do anything. Ebac.
That was
and then
that was all correct, which makes that comeback and that swing all the more incredible. Maxi just unstoppable there with the MPX playing on red stairs. So many angles open, and they all went in his favor. You cannot discount any of the players from proximity. Geico in that 1v2 did pick off one, but the fact that they went from a 5-2 to a 1v2, Maxi and Tempeta, Maxi mostly obviously standing up there, but that is how you would just kick things off.
Oh my lord. I am reeling from that. What a turnaround from Ignite. A team, as you said at the beginning, we are not too familiar with. We know 1 or 2 of the players. We know Max C. As we were warned by Max in the dressing room.
D.
Max D. Max D. Sorry. Yes, a different Max. Not by himself. We were warned of this man, Max C. We were warned he is a very strong player. He's been around in the competitive scene for quite a while. And that is exactly why we were warned. A brilliant 4K, and Tempeta getting that extra one on the smoke with the FMG9. I've casted him a couple of times in the past. in EEG. I couldn't quite remember what team it was for. But apparently, it turns out it was Validus amongst a few others. We know that we can expect quite a lot from Ignite, but as a team unit and in Reflex, it's still a question mark. Proximity, we know what to expect, but not that.
It just fell apart. I mean, they were doing really well. They got breach open. They took
Yeah.
They got a load of kills. They all just fell down when it came, when it just came to, can you get rid of the Valkyrie? And the answer was just consistently no. So I wouldn't count proximity out, but man, if you're Ignite, that's the morale.
It's a punch to the gut.
Yeah,
Proximity
it's an absolute
right off the
gut
bat.
punch.
It's, hey guys, and they are. They don't want to be caught reeling. They don't want to be caught not. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought that Samayoto was a defender, like running out into the spawn. I've seen some strategies, but that would be an interesting one. It's actually a very defensive strategy from Ignite. They are playing very, very deep. But there we go. The breach open over to a dirty tunnel. We'll see if the smoke can delay. Currently, Cryptic tucking in a bit. They're not going to contest the tunnel too tightly, it seems.
Nothing too contentious there. Interestingly enough, Tempesta has switched from the smoke. Cryptic has picked up that mantle, and Tempesta has taken up Echo. His drones, in case you weren't aware, are no longer invisible at all. They still stick to the ceiling, they still do their old job, but they are visible.
We can see the Hibana.
Doesn't matter. If Element is pushing down the tunnel and gets a free kill.
Yep, that's very, very useful for the attackers. And another one for Element! A great double from him yet again! Zixi, though, is shut down on the opposite side by the Jaeger, sitting inside of blue. I'm going to say Hibana being very clever to get that hatch open, using the 2-pellet option to burn up as many impacts as possible. But the plant's going down, the drop from Kitchen has happened, and it's stuck! He's taken out, but it's too late! Maxi gets a lovely pick onto the planting player. Cryptic getting another pick as well. It's a 2 versus 3 for those attackers of proximity. They have the diffuser down, but they have to cover it, and they're in odd positions, one above and one in blue. Can they get these key kills coming down to the last push? Geico gets the first one. Very useful onto the clutching player. Last seen by Maxi. Broker, though, on the top has been rushed by 2, and he's taken out. Geico, the only player to deny the players dropping from the hatch. He gets 1, but not the second. What a dramatic end to the round. And again, it's 1 out in the last moment. This time by Cryptic. Ignite! This is the most exciting game I've ever casted 2 rounds in.
You couldn't. Exactly that. 2 rounds in. 2! And we've had reverse sweeps from 2-5. We've had post-plant clutches. What? I mean, Malik, but that time Maxi didn't need to lift a finger. He got shut down by Geico when he was covering from blue. And Geico got a beautiful shot onto the slug-dropping Jaeger, helped that he was put on such low health by Broker. I mean, I have to mention, Samayoto, like a minute left in the round, very little in the way of like site control established or kills gotten by that point, and he slaps the plant down.
Yeah.
And that rings true, because when you look at the last season, Samayoto, not fantastic on the kills, but the third most plants in the season. Like,
I will say Samayoto, I note him as a smoke player quite often on the defense. It comes to mind. He can pull out some really, really good, clever plays. He's a clever player, and that is exactly what we saw just there. Noting a weakness in the defense and thinking, we've got enough players in positions to support this just about. Let's go for it. And it almost worked, if not for a miraculous defensive comeback, 2nd round in a row. I'll admit, sometimes I'm full of it with my shoutcasting. Sometimes I don't need to shout. So those occasions
that was warranted.
certainly did.
100% warranted on that one. I mean, down to the fact that, right.
Mira's put a window down in logistics! There we go.
Down to the
Back to normal.
Down to the bit where, like, what was it? It was a 3 versus 2, I think, in the post plant there, with Broker above, Geico in the side. Maxi got killed by Geico, and Broker was up there holding the hatch. They sent 2 defenders up to take the hatch, because you know that vertical control of don't remember the diffuser is so important, and he killed one of them. He killed, I believe. No, he didn't. He got the Jaeger super, super low, but then got overrun by 2 players. And that control is what allowed them to drop, lose 1 to Geico, and then get the trade and secure the round.
It's a great bit of play from both teams in general. Like Ignite have showed great resilience and proximity. Though they are losing 2-0, they've shown great teamwork and great individual moments. And again, great teamwork from Element and Geico to get that breach open onto the CC wall. It is one of the weirdest and ugliest breaches I've seen, but it makes just about sense.
That's
So
a
you
complete
can
lie.
move through.
We've played with your cousin.
There's a walkable hole on the right, and there's some visuals for the feet on the left. It's clearly intentional, but Max falling is not intentional. He gets 1 pick, but it's taken out, which allows Samayoto to get decent control right by the site. He is in showers. A great start from him, but he's lost a diffuser there as he's taken out by Broker.
He tries to get that pre-fire through the bed, but Cryptic's already moving for him. Broker elsewhere picks up 1. Down to a 3 versus 3, but to be honest, that doesn't tell us anything. From the rounds we've seen so far, I don't think at any point can we call one of these rounds done.
No, I'm not calling anything ever again. At the moment.
We're going to stop talking completely and just let you watch the round in silence.
Yeah.
Attackers recovered the
This
diffuser.
bit isn't as funny as I thought it would be.
Wow.
But Geico gets a double, and it's finished off by Element. Absolutely fantastic play from the 2 of them. I think that was a great duo round from Element and Geico, working together to pinch not only utility to get walls open, pinching some players, getting some kills, finishing off the round. A great team round. I mean, great efficiency. They got everything open. They took all the ground they needed, and they won almost all the fights that they needed to at the key moments. That was what we expect from Proximity, and they can keep that up. They've shown the ability to do that. They've just lost out in these clutch moments. They did not allow a clutch to happen in that situation. They did not open themselves up to the possibility of that happening that time round.
It really helped that Samayoto got the Jacuzzi breach open so quickly, used those stun grenades to great effect, stunning the hell out of Mirror. She was blind, couldn't get back into the rotate into showers, and he struck, and he took that ground. He died immediately and lost the diffuser there, but by cracking the site open like that, you remove the ability for showers to be that kind of hard point in the center of the site. That is no longer like the kernel? Acorn. Hit in the cherry, stone in the peach. That is that kind of nexus of your defense. And
Diamond in the rough.
Yeah, that works too. Tuft on a hillock.
Bird in the hand, 2 is 2 in the bush.
I'm thinking of hard things in the middle of soft things.
Oh, Marks and Spencer's melt in the middle pudding.
No, that's a soft in the middle of a soft thing.
Oh.
Marks and Spencer's melt in the middle chocolate pudding.
We are sponsored by Marks and
original
Spencer.
in the middle.
It's not the first
That
time.
would dissolve and melt.
This game is going so well.
We're back on CCTV. It
yeah.
started last time with Element taking this position. He immediately got a kill onto Zidros, and an initial breaching charge with a beautiful upward angle destroyed the mute jammer, denying the wall, allowing somebody to open it very, very quickly. Hasn't happened just yet, but he's been allowed the safety to get thrown, and the breach goes off. Maxi eats a chunk of damage, apparently sitting up there near the breach, and the breach happens immediately. This is 2 minutes 15 left, and it's already open.
It's fantastic, not fantastic. I was thinking taxes because of cash room, but proximity, really, really great efficiency. And they've got another pick for it, very, very close for Zixi to fall there. The angle's so close to his head from Tempesta, but Zixi wins it out. For the first time, strangely enough, this game, he gets his first kill. So, oh no, he's not the last player to get that. Zidros is yet to have a kill on the board, but he's looking hungry. He is, though, being viewed by the opposition. A sneaky drone giving his position away, and he's taken out. No kill for him this round, and it's another kill in the hands of Proximity. But striking back is the Jaeger of Mitchell on the roam.
A beautiful shot there, upwards from Oil Pit, not something you often check nor expect to see, but you are punished for it there. Tempesta, tragic there, you can just see his crosshair sitting on where the fear was, and he just kind of flicks away at the wrong moment and is punished for it. Even though Proximity are trailing in this, I can only commend how efficient and fast they are. Zidros yet to find an impact in the round, both in terms of kills and in terms of stopping the Ashe repeating the same tactic when it comes to opening up that breach.
Yeah, proximity was so strong last season for a lot of what we saw. We weren't here all season, but what we did catch at the end of the season in Season 3 was some fantastic play from proximity, and they haven't relented. They've looked so good, consistent. Was that C4 Shard? Yeah, no, it wasn't. Took out another player, and Geico gets another pick, this time onto Max C, leaving one player remaining. Mitchell shut down by Zeke'C this time. He gets a double, his first 2 of this game so far. And perfect timing for him to step up indeed, as it's now 2-all. The comeback from proximity has happened, looking a lot more secure, not allowing these clutches to happen.
They're going to try and reattempt CCTV. Last time we were here, Ignite won it in an absolute nutty 4K from Max C. However, as proximity show amazing efficiency at getting over those breaches, taking the ground, and some really good combinations of flashbangs and grenades to clear out the middle of Cash Room, we're going to reattempt it. And I need to see... Now, I know, like, you know, when you talk a lot like we do, you notice when you repeat things. I notice that I say a lot, I want to see X, I want to see Y. And that's not because I know better or anything like that, really. It's just because we're here to see a good match, entertainment. We're here to see well-contested back and forth, which is exactly what we're getting. Zidros. Oh, no, we're going to church. See, we talk a lot, and I'm writing even right. Thank you for proving my point there. I really needed that demonstrating.
Yes. Absolutely fantastic.
Let's
I
go
did
back
notice
to
that
I'm
you said that
silent.
initially. I just decided to let it go
Yeah,
by.
yeah. Cheers. Well, I'm gonna go back to the whole being silent thing.
Okay.
I
fair
thought that
enough.
bit was kind of funny because it highlighted how kind of weird to watch a silent round it is with no commentary, and then it'll be, oh man, the value of casters is crazy. I didn't appreciate it before, but now I realize, wait a minute. No, there's
Yeah,
ways.
your casting value really isn't that high.
Yeah.
Really. Deary me.
Barely worth $5.
Yeah,
per
but
best of
this
three.
this game has not relented whatsoever. It has not been silent. There has been a lot to talk about all the way through. Now we sit at a 2-all. This hasn't been a sweep by any means. It's been so exciting, and I'm excited to see what this round brings. And I thought you were going to make a different point earlier, just before this round gets really going. Top floor control being taken early on to make sure there's no roamer in logistics, no vigil on the board. Oh, you were saying something about... Damn it, I should never try and commentate on the action whilst
No.
trying to make a longer point, because I never remember. Anywho, we've got Maxi underneath, looking towards the Ashe, who was dropped because of the Jaeger coming up from above, taking out the Ashe and sweeping around and taking out the teammate I've praised her for working so well with the Ashe. Element and Geico, that strong duo from the previous rounds. Taken out straight away, again, by Mitchell on this roam. He's not on Vigil, but with that Jaeger, he's just being very, very elusive, and he's picked up quite a few kills for his team, giving them a 2-man advantage going into the second half of this round.
With a great glimpse there, Maxi on the cam in bar. Before it's being shot out, he can call the fact that both the Zofia is really the bar. Jaeger already knows the Sledge knows his position, and so Jaeger knows that this team is very aware of his positioning, and yet they're just leaving him there. I think they're just hoping that he stays there being overly careful. Broker finishes off the down Zidros down into stock, however. Attacker's proximity with a bit of a man disadvantage here, which is even worsened by Tempesta. Gets one, gets two! Can he get the third one? No, he can't get down for it. Broker is left all by himself in a 1 versus 2. Mitchell was allowed to persist over by Stripper, and he's going to help, hopefully, strip away the remaining members of proximity. He needs a little bit for it, and yes, Mitchell there. You should find those roamers and punish them, or they come back to bite you, just as Mitchell does there.
Yep, bitten proximity indeed. A lovely triple for the roaming Mitchell. Having a fantastic time running around there on the basement site. A lot of defenders don't tend to roam that much on this site, and it caught them off, those attackers of proximity. They were ready for potentially someone to be up in logistics, watching angles, so it's always a safe move in, but when you don't clear out Stripper, close enough. you've just got to make sure that you do that, and they really didn't, and they were punished for it. A
I
bit of
just-
laziness from Proximity, something we're not used to seeing from them. They had a chance there, Broker, to clutch it out, to emulate his opposition, but he failed. And so an advantage for Ignite going into the final defense. They will want a 4-2, especially on Clubhouse. You want that strong advantage before you go on to the attack.
You certainly do. And what's kind of two things that are really sticking in my mind here. One, Proximity chose to attack.
Yes.
Proximity chose to attack this, and they have seemed very, very strong through most of this. This is not, as you said, not been a sweep by any stretch of the imagination. But I need to hammer home the point that if they had Mitchell, they had him like locked out of bathroom. They had a player in bar. That's where you can pincer through bathroom and billiards. You can lock him out. There's no way he can escape you. You can finish him. And because they were in a man disadvantage at that point, when you have that kind of advantage where you can take a fight knowing that at least you can trade this, you can pincer, you have to take that. You can't let that player sweep on you from behind, have the freedom to then escape, get back to sight, especially when you have the man disadvantage. And that really came back to punish them, leaving them in that 1 versus 2 when Broker was all by him alone.
Well, for the third time on Proximity's attack, we see the same plan coming out from both teams. The Ash of Element going in main entrance, getting that breach off, as he's managed every single time. It was contended the first time, but he got 2 kills and managed to get it open. This time, not contested at all. It's open, no problem. What is the point in bringing denial if you don't protect it like that? That seems a little bit silly. Maybe I'm not sure what they could have done to
I'll tell you
deny
what they could have done. Stick an ADS near lounge.
Yeah,
To
potentially.
capture those things. Or Zexy, something's off good. Maxi is very, very good to get early on. A great fragger and a nitrocell in pocket. Unfortunately, Maxi will stay on those cams to give plenty of intel. Zexy continues the bleeding though. Zydorus hits the deck with a beautiful headshot.
ZZ's looking for that same pick onto Tempesta that he got last time out, but he's not got it yet. 3 players remaining for Ignite, but if we recall, we were in a similar position last time on this defense, and the defenders managed to pull it out really strongly. Cryptic going a bit aggressive towards construction. He can see a foot. Can he see the man in the master doorway? He saw a bit of someone. Does he know there's 3 players there? He does know about the surge. He takes him and backs all the way off. Will he be picked off on the return? He is! Samioto ready for that angle. Great adjusting play from that Thermite, ready to capitalize on his teammates' death. Mitch, though, making sure that the Thermite himself is returned as a frag. So 2 versus 3 for these defenders. Geico rushing into sight. Barnout.
He sprints on into sight, taking advantage of Mitchell's retreat to red stairs. Zixi still on the breach, and now a nice split control is broken apart. Tempesta jumping in through. Element tries to set the plant down, but abandons it as the man advantage is lost. Tempesta, almost a great pre-fire, drops Zixi so low, but Mitchell the Element just tooth and nail back and forth between red stairs and the rotate. Attackers with 30 seconds left, repositioning, and a beautiful prone angle from Zixi surprises Mitchell. Yep. It's so in theme with this whole match. 3-3, and it's so back and forth. At no point in that could you count either team out. It was so close to even. When there was a man advantage, the team that was down would strike back with aggression, but then they would get traded, and it's staying even. And I don't think I've seen such a pure 3-3. Like, everything about this has been even.
It's 3-3 because both teams have been on it. There have been misplays, like small misplays here and there, but it's more so moments of brilliance, and they've come from both sides so consistently. Both teams are getting things done. Talk about the checklist of things you want to achieve in a round. Proximity are on it. They get the breach open instantly, and then they act. They get the cams up. They get the positions. They're watching the flank. They're ready to move. And then it comes down to the execute. And that's all it's been. It's mostly been a tale of executions. And currently 3-3 on the score. 50-50 right now.
The fact that, Zidros trailing on the scoreboard, going 0-6, was on almost all, I think all but one of those CCTV defenses. Zidros was playing lounge there to hold that area. Every single time. Element on Ash got to main entrance doorway, shot a breach charge at the ceiling, and the breach was open. Samayoto was pulling the charge on his exothermic. 2 minutes and 15. Okay, Geico, calm down.
Oh.
Sidros is not going to be able to make himself go in a 1-6. He's shut down with a beautiful run out and a double kill. That T5 is an absolute menace in the hands of someone that can use it.
Oh.
Oofty-doofty.
Bye. Zofia year later? I don't know. Something like that. There's some joke in there. 5-3. Proximity. I've been saying Geico has been pulling out some great doubles, but that was not anticipated, and neither was that C4 right underneath the attacker. You have to be ready for that in Kitchen. Even I'm ready for that C4 in Kitchen. Just simple play from Proximity. They are waiting for them to come in, blow up that C4, get a free, easy kill right at the start of the round. Even if you can get the hatch open, Mitchell, there are only 2 of you to deal with 5 on a defense turtle of the bottom floor. How can you attack this from this position?
I mean, with extraordinary difficulty. I mean, part of me wants to say that this looks completely in Proximity's hands.
Sorry, Ash's corpse just flopping down the hatch there. Pretty much a picture that paints 1,000 words, and I think that pretty much sums up this round for Ignite so far.
It's like most of your
count
jokes.
them out, though.
Utterly dead, but at least it's delivered. I mean, it's always good to have the hard breaches when you're at a man disadvantage to get things open, but I mean, with a minute 26, there's so much work to do. Cryptic has burned through all of his utility and his smoke canisters. Hibana still got the stun grenades in pocket, and actually had an interesting way, now that you can select having the 2x1 Hibana pellet distribution, he could stand in the freezer doorway and slip them around the sides of that metal counter, which I don't think you could have done before. That's quite an interesting use of the slight changed Hibana, get that hatch open from a safe position from nitro cells.
Yeah, it saves you from rappelling on the window because you're exposed to a stock run out potentially, or a run out from what's it called, construction. You can open up that soft wall.
You're also vulnerable to just being shot up through vertical holes made in the stock floor. Mitchell starts things off, gets 1 pick, but is immediately traded. You can't ignore Proximity's ability to consistently trade. Cryptic chokes on the gas, and he chokes the round. A bit harsh to say that he's choking the round, but when both his
it was already choked.
Yeah, I mean, like they were coughing and spluttering through most of that round.
Yeah, that was the suffocating blow right at the end, taking out Broker, again left in a 1 versus X situation. Oh, not Broker, sorry. Whoever it was, I've already forgotten. It doesn't matter. 4-3 is what does matter. Finally, a good advantage. I think first time today we see a lead coming out for Proximity, and it seems rather worthy at the moment. A lot of the rounds that were taken by Ignite, they have been strong consistently, but a bit more back and forth. They've been a bit more... What's the word that I'm looking for, Barnell?
Contested?
No. Clutchy. I don't know what the term is.
Scrappy?
Yeah, scrappy, potentially. The word's not coming to me.
Last minute? Half-baked?
No, that's a bit harsh.
No, I love half-baked.
Yeah, medium rare, potentially. It's pretty solid.
Medium rare should be
Let's
quite...
move on. There's a Goyo. There's an Echo, who's someone I like to see. Is casting for so long without Echo, quarantined in most leagues. It's really great to see him back as an operator. A deployable shield also in hand is quite nice as well for any defender. So a lot of shields in the hand of Proximity. That's 4 in total. So we've got to see how they can use them. They've opted for CCTV and Cash. Hopefully do a bit of a better job than Ignite certainly did on their attacks. Can Ignite get all these angles open in the same way Proximity managed to? They'll certainly be hoping so. At least hoping that their Docby and Zofia won't die instantly this one.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Ignite attack for the first time, because they really didn't get the chance. Looks like we have a slight variation from the attacks that we saw from Proximity. Zeke's eats a chunk of damage, not quite sure where that came from, but might have been Zydrus on the top side. I'd like to see Zydros get a kill. You know? I always like to see variety at the moment. That would be a change of pace. I'm interested to see what the actual wall denial. I don't think there's any breach denial on the wall, and it's already gone down. Ace has managed to open up those double angles. Looks like Max C is lining up for a breach charge to make sure he can get rid of that shield. A bit of damage done, and the shield is destroyed. More
Oh,
flashbangs.
Geico's in hell.
He's completely
Everything's.
blind. But there's no one there to immediately capitalize. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Ignore me.
yes, there is.
They've made sure the ADSs are cleared, and the frag grenade does the last of the work. Element from underneath an oil pit, unpredictable position, but he's shut down in return. He's down, and I think they're aware of it. Which means there's a nice safe corpse for Dockerby to go and tap her fingers on and access the footage.
That will certainly be useful, getting access to those cameras. They've done enough through Matt.
Yay! Zydros!
Go on, now, take it.
I mean, it's just Zydros.
Take it like Ignite have taken Garage.
Flash!
Efficiently.
Flash! Bang! And that lines perfectly with Broker's own explosion, putting Zydros in the ground. Thank you so much for that setup. That worked perfectly. Down into a 2 versus 3. Still got some smoke canisters in pocket and those Goyo shields to burn the ground. But Garage Control, the breach, are all you really need. Samayoto, support, absolute demon, and canisters in hand, a very potent person to have alive. Luckily, because he is the last bastion of hope for Proxy at this point. Smoke's going toward the breach to slow this entry, but they're already in. And presence from Garage has made their way into servers. He's just watching that rotate. Sees the flick, knows that he's there. And the DMR makes short work of it.
Now that the attackers actually have all their players ready to go and attack that round, so much more successful. That is the sort of thing we want to see from Ignite to keep this contested. Dear me. We return to CCTV and Cash, a re-attempt immediately from proximity. They are not done here. They want to give it another shot. And why not? It seemed like, quite ironically, given that Jaeger dying relatively early, they were missing an element. And I'm not talking about Element, the man. I'm not talking about like hydrogen or oxygen, beryllium.
You're talking about the
I'm talking about the element
sci-fi
of
90s film
surprise.
featuring Bruce Willis.
Oh, now I'm talking the element of surprise, or as a human would say it, the element of surprise. It's just being a bit more flexible, the sort of thing we saw from Ignite, pulling out those miraculous moves from unexpected positions, just individual moments of glory. That's what Proximity need to edge out their opposition, because I think they have a bit more consistency than Ignite. They've shown that so far this match. We've seen it last season. They are a very consistent team. They will always do the things they need to do. It's just whether they can pull out maybe enough frags or enough key moments throughout the round. Nice magnet placement there from Zeexy. I might use that in future.
Definitely doubling up on the drone denial and projectile denial. We've got the Mozzie Mute combo and the Wamai Jaeger with a smoke to top things off. Jaeger roaming downstairs. I'm surprised.
I was just going to say, I made a note last round about all the shields that Proximity had. Didn't work. Zofia and Ash made quick work of those, and they really didn't come into use whatsoever. So they've given up on that strategy pretty much entirely and going for this new one.
I'm curious to see how they aim to get rid of this breach. Looks like they're trying to burn through the nade, the ADSs to get the nade. Zydros actually just shuts down the player in Garage of Wamai. Zexy is off the board. The breach begins to go down as Nade from Zofia gets rid of that mute jammer. Still plenty of defenders near the site, and plenty of hard reach in the hands of the attackers in case they want to do other things.
Geico taking his time, you know, having a nice relax on the cam. No immediate pressure, but he is about to be under a rather large amount. You can never sit there too cozy in Garage. You have so many angles to watch, and he's soon going to find himself under as much pressure as last time. We'll see if he can resist it this time. He's going for a C4 over towards the site to deny anyone moving in, but there isn't anyone there yet. A bit too preemptive for the Mozzie, and he's not let... I think he let one of the players in, but Broker with the SMG-11 coming in from the doorway at the bottom by Lounge and takes out the player for the Mozzie. Great
cover
teamwork there from Broker.
Absolutely great cover and a crossfire established to make sure Tempesta is shut down. Broker, he's swung in great there. I was got confused with who was where. Chipping out damage, Geico is ensuring that his position is nice and secure. Plenty of ADSs now being able to reset as the time ticks on by. But is he aware? Bullet spray gives it away, but he can't swing in time. Cryptic puts him down, and Garage Control is firmly in the hands of Ignite.
Well, this time Broker wasn't there to cover it as he's watching these vertical angles to make sure a plant cannot go down. Now they have a man disadvantage and he's under pressure from that garage. He can't really watch it that safely. He does have a C4 in hand still to deny, as well as the shotgun, so he can certainly deny this with 30 seconds left. It depends how much pressure comes in from stock or potentially other areas, but very little at the moment. 20 seconds left. Only Maxi looking towards him. This could be a key fight in this round, and I imagine it will be going into the last 15 seconds.
15 seconds, and Nitro below is so important. Is he aware of Max's exact position? He seems cautious. Oh, the flick away from the Ash is almost too good. Samayoto shuts down one. The Mute is killed, but Smoke has the canisters. Plant begins to go down. The shotgun rushes close, but he doesn't predict his position. No! The Smoke kills one, and the shotgun finishes off the Planter. Almost. If he had run straight past that and the plant had gone down, that would have been absolutely tragic. Luckily, he spins and finds him. But a great final double from Samayoto there.
What a dramatic end to the round. There are 2 or 3 fights there that were incredibly important. That first one downstairs we were talking about, whoever wins that means they have control of that plant position from underneath, and it was secured by the attackers. Then they managed to secure moving into the plant position, but they lost out on a refrag. Covering that plant, and the planting player decided to move to a slightly more unpredictable spot, but was still exposed when it came down to the final plant. And shut down in the end by Samayoto on the smoke. As I said earlier, he is a very strong smoke player, and he sealed out that round, bringing it 5-4 with the defensive proximity in a strong position, especially on Clubhouse heading down to the basement. They'll hope for a nice... I think what Ignite have struggled with moving down to the basement, especially on their attacks. They really struggled with that peak. I'm not sure where it came from last time. Was it the kitchen doorway?
I think they're going to run out of dirt tunnel.
Right, okay. But yeah, it was a bit of a disaster for them. Although them on their defenses, they had a good time. Oh no, it was Mitchell, sorry, on the right.
Here it comes again, the same run out. This is from the kitchen freezer door.
This time not netting anything. Actually, some damage being taken by Geico across from that stock doorway onto the corridor. So could be in trouble here, but no, the attackers are running straight across his Tempesta. He takes a lot of damage, but finishes the final blow onto Geico. So the first entry frag now in the hands of Ignite, which they will enjoy so much more than the last round. They now have a man advantage rather than a double man disadvantage.
It's almost a shame that Geico's running Legion rather than Oryx. He's putting the T5 to work, but dying so early, those goo mines that generate over time in Legion's pocket will not have an impact on this round.
Why Oryx?
Also has the T5.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant... I was just trying to think of what hatches you do. There are a few around, but at the moment, a bit more importantly, yes, Zydro's pushing hard indeed, taking out Zeexy. 5 versus 2. What a turnaround when you have Tempesta and Zydros on the board. You were saying about Zydros not getting any kills. He stepped up and got 5 since then. And it's very, very useful for his team that he has, as they have this strong advantage. They could bring it to 5-5. They have the full site control at the moment. And the player's running upstairs, trying to go for an interesting flank. Tempesta playing it safe, watching the angles. He gets a gorgeous, gorgeous double. Up on the
triple after shutting down Geico earlier on to flawlessly equalize us at 5-5.
5-5.
5-5.
Oh my.
Luckily, we go to church and Arsenal one more time.
Resplendent.
Will proximity show the same reckless aggression that was so swiftly shut down by Ignite Esports?
Top hole. Gym bedroom is a tip-toppity
Well, you might
floppity
call
woppity
it.
site, but no Wubs, no Melusi being brought out today, which is interesting given how strong she was last time. And a lot of people do favor Melusi on Clubhouse when she's not banned. Not brought out here. Speaking of bans, Mira often banned here on Clubhouse as well, and she is in play, which is nice. We'll get to see her. Last time we saw her trying to defend Gym and Bedroom, if you do recall, it was Samayoto who is on the Mira playing the Thermite, who managed to take out that Mirror and take very strong control of that position. So he clearly knows how to make a player fall in that position. He's going to try and hold it strong himself.
It was interesting when we saw Mira play last time. Her actual windows were placed on the on both logistics walls, staring at the site and staring at the construction. However, I think Samayoto is going for a slightly more conventional position, placing a mirror window in showers staring towards the Jacuzzi breach. Interesting to see where the second one goes. I think it's probably looking at the site. Looks like he's setting up here for a bit of a mirror window looking into the site from logistics. Hopefully they can keep control of logistics long enough for that not to become a boon for their
It's
foes.
a risky move with the hatch right there. They've got to play a lot of players close. That is a perfect spot for an Aruni gate, like a Surya gate on that hatch to save that setup somewhat. You've got to have two players in that position to hold it, and they do indeed. Broker and Samayoto are going to be holding that position firm, which means there's very little resistance elsewhere. So some ground may be able to be taken over by CC quite early by these attackers, and you know that Ignite will certainly do that if given the chance. And here they go.
Castle barricades spread pretty wide across the top floor, hopefully slow down, channel, and control the attackers' take across from the eastern side. Parts of the Jacuzzi breach already going off. Element on the far roam looking to potentially contest people on that Jacuzzi balcony. But for now, the Bandit tricking is safe. They do have one piece over. I think Bandit managed to deny the second half of an ace charge, and now that that castle is destroyed, the rest of that breach will go down.
I was about to say, I mean, it's good regardless, because as we know from great advertising campaigns, as we were talking about earlier in the last match, one breach does plenty. But they've got it all over. It's 5 versus 5, more than half the round left. Everybody's still on the board. There's a lot to do for both teams from this position. It's been rather stale this round compared to previous rounds we've seen, even on this site. So I think Proximity will take that as a positive as they've managed to slow their opposition down. Tempeta can see a gun here. I'm sure he can.
It would be surprisingly... I don't know, he's not holding it. I feel like if he had seen the gun, he would be holding it for any sign of movement. And the last minute of this is going to be absolutely chaotic as hell. These teams, it's been a clash of titans of clutch players, of trades, of immediate proximity of teammates. Mace takes the first large chunk of damage as he's fighting up main stairs, but that's the closest we've got to actual site presence for any of these attackers. They line up on these windows with the angles are there to hold any jump-ins, but Zexy starts taking damage.
Yeah, finally Tempeta notices he's there and gets some damage onto him, but doesn't take him out. Again, 23 seconds left. No kills. This is going to go mad. I don't know what I'm going to say here. I'm scared.
Take a deep breath.
So many C4s in hand. Samayoto doesn't need it. He downs the Hibana, dropping the hatch. 3 kills for Ignite all of a sudden. It's crazy. I'm just waiting for them to pop up. And Cryptic is going for the plant in the 2 versus 2. Element coming around to deny, but it's denied by Samayoto. There is no time for the remaining player of Tempeta to get that plant down. And that is the round for Proximity. That is what happens when you leave a round that late. Even when you get a triple Ignite. It's very, very tough to win that out.
What was the execute plan there?
I don't know.
They didn't have Pokemon number 102. They didn't have it. They got adjacent to the site.
Is execute. It is one of my favorite jokes from last season.
I had to more of an homage to you than
yes, yeah. Bana has no idea about Pokemon.
Pika who? Shit about Pokemon. No, they had adjacent site control. They almost had construction-ish. Tempeta was outside there holding an angle on the door, but he never entered. They had the windows, and they never tried to really push them. They were above the hatch. And it came, I mean, Cryptic jumped in, got a double, and tried to get the plant down, but even then, no follow-up came. Another one of them died. Tempeta was still outside the construction breach. there was just no. That was uncharacteristically passive from Ignite, and I mean that in the most negative way. Because sometimes passive can be good, sometimes passive
Yeah.
can be careful, but in that case, you're the attackers. And proximity were not giving you anything for free. They were not giving you aggression, in which case an attacker can be passive and be successful. It never came. And
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, moving on to the basement site. These rounds have been back and forth as to whether attackers or defenders win these ones for both teams. Been some very bizarre rounds here so far, and I don't really expect much less. Proximity will be hoping for a pretty regular one, though. They'll want to be quite tight. They want to keep Geico alive, the currently highlighted player. But a bit too aggressive, as you said, in previous times. Is he going for that peek on Tepeta? He knows he's there. No, he is just playing around with him. But taking serious damage from a C4, I think, from underneath. Maxi and Mitchell. If that would have been a double proximity, it would have been fantastic. Both players still alive. Good health disadvantage, though, put in there by proximity on their opposition. A minute gone. 5 men still on the board for both teams. This is where you want to turtle. Shut this game down. Match point. Proximity could win this all out. It'd be such a shame for Ignite if this did not go to overtime for them. They want at least something from this, and it's just wins. That's all they need in these qualifying matches.
Statistically, it should go that way. This half has been 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win, 1 loss, and Ignite are due their win. The last time we were on Church, it was a flawless equalizer. Aggression from proximity was absolutely slapped down, and it was just a really good display. And Samayoto is the first one to get downed the smoke as Ignite begin their take of Dirt Tunnel.
Effectively a 5 versus 3 now, and now actually a 5 versus 3. Zidros getting another kill. He really has stepped up since you called him out. Curse to the Commentator is mad today. It's absolutely brilliant. So, Proximity are definitely going to lose this round. Let's see what that does. Anyway, 5 versus 3 for Ignite. They have the advantage, and they've made it even stronger. 5 versus 2. Only Broker and Element remaining. Broker contesting from above, but he doesn't get the player. Cryptic as he drops down, but he does get the player with the diffuser. Importantly, but no. Shut down in the end by Zidros yet again. A
Zidros with the
double
4K.
at the end. A 4K in total by Zidros.
With the 4K.
Yes, Zidros with the 4K.
That was guys,
Zidros had a 4K.
Guys, in case that you missed the last few seconds, Zidros clutched and brought us to overtime with a 4K. We go back to proximity on attack, and we find ourselves going to Church and Arsenal for them to claim their first point in overtime. It's so back and forth, but the fact that these last Church attacks have been flawless, despite the fact that a health disadvantage was doled out so early in the round, and Nitrocell knocked 2 players below half health. I believe one of them was on like 10. They were so low, but they're just the careful. It's careful aggression. That's what wins these games alongside intelligence, and game sense, and planning, and stuff like that. It's that combination of aggressive when you can be, and then careful when you have to be. And Ignite are just.
Quote the wonderful Barnow: competent, aggressive, competent, aggressive, competent, aggressive. And that is what we've seen from most of these teams, but especially both of these teams, but especially Ignite on these basement attacks. This time, though, basement defense. What can Proximity do to emulate Ignite's success here? Because they certainly weren't as strong as Ignite on these basement attacks.
Let's have a gander back through the game. When we were on Church defense the first time, Ignite won it. And when they were on Church defense the second time, Ignite won it. Yep. When they were, the first time we were here, it was a beautiful back and forth trade extravaganza, but else completely different to previous. A far roam from Mitchell is immediately punished as Element makes an entry up in CC and TV. Breach is opened, and Element is not really low. The
That's
roam
going to
is
be a big difference.
It is. The last time we were here on Church and Arsenal, Mitchell's roam persisted, was left unattended, and punished them later on. And it will still deal the damage to the Ash, but for now, top floor control is given to Proximity.
He got a triple that round, 2 early on and 1 as the closing kill. And now he's taken out right at the beginning, which leaves 4 defenders left. Now 3 as Zeke gets a very useful kill onto Sidros of the Melusi, freeing up Generator. 2 men over by the tunnel being pinged by the attackers. They know they are roughly there. And there's only 1 in church, which means they can take some serious ground, those attackers. Get some angles open, prep for a plant, and they have enough players to trade their way to victory. It's all down to the execute.
A failed impact trick there allows another bit of damage to get ticked away onto that hatch, which will almost certainly be opened in pretty short order. The hitman on upside down repel. Maxi elsewhere eats a chunk of damage. Looks like that was Element pushing down main stairs with an angle towards Moto. Maxi gets back onto site. The Element backs off as what looks to be a bit of a dirt tunnel push. Drones from Samayoto coming in to precede this aggression, to inform it during being shot out, but at this point there's nothing much more you can do apart from hold pixel angles and pray that you land your shots before they do.
1 minute on the clock. Oh, and the Echo's taken out from tunnel. Not watching it. A double for Element, but it's shut down by Cryptic. But Cryptic himself is shut down straight afterwards by Zeke. Another useful kill over in blue. Very crucial that Zofia in the round there. I was wondering how Zeke would come into play on that Zofia at the beginning of the game, and he is showing up at the right moments to get those key kills and help secure another round here for Proximity. 7-6, the score. Overtime match point. Ignite need 2 rounds in a row to win, just the 1 for their opposition. As we move to CCTV, oh no, they've changed it. Gym bedroom. Actually, it's going to be the site. Yeah, I know. It's terrible. How could they do this to us?
Right. We head to Gym. Samayoto back on the mirror. We've got the double denial of projectiles in the White and Jaeger. We've got a pretty static set of lineups here coming out, to be honest. We've seen an awful lot of Ignite bringing this this particular lineup. The Dokkaebi, the Ash Sophia, the Ace, the Hibana. And it's been working, I say fairly well. It's been working 50% of the time. Exactly 50% of the time. Time to see if they can shift that balance in their favor and drag us all the way to maximum overtime, bring us to that 7-7 match point. And they're going to need it, because it's been an absolute stormer of a game. They have ignited this. They have brought themselves into...
Past tense is ignite.
Ignite, my apologies. They have ignited this series. They've brought themselves in very close proximity of victory. But can we secure... No, we're playing bomb.
No, we're playing... Yeah, I was going to say. Well, Proximity currently with this overtime advantage. They're holding Ignite hostage. Can they rescue themselves in this situation? Geico looking for some early people, seeing who they are dealing with on that default cam. He's got some early pings off. Very useful, actually. It's quite underrated having pings off on your opposition so that you can see exactly who has been killed. Because sometimes with calls and things, it's a bit difficult to instantly understand for everyone. Just seeing the operator that has been disabled is sometimes very, very useful. Anywho, elsewhere, Element roaming around at the bottom of the stairs, waiting to pick off someone.
Speaking of elsewhere, I heard that Elder Scrolls 6 has been confirmed to be set in Hammerfell. Apparently Bethesda confirmed. Sorry, you said elsewhere.
They confirmed it, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Bethesda,
I was wondering that for ages. That's great.
No, dude, we're talking about Siege right now. We're talking about Siege. We're currently making an attack into Gym.
Yeah. Well, no hammer will be falling here as the sledge hasn't been brought, unfortunately, for Ignite, ruining our pun potential.
Well, I think
that is the important PT.
Not very funny.
That is the true big PT right now. The C4! Oh, doesn't quite land onto the players outside of Jacuzzi Breach, which is nice and wide open. But so is Tempesta being shot apart by Zeke yet again. sitting in that same position as last time. Tempesta did get the better of him, actually, in that position last time out. Did not manage it this time around.
The attackers have done an awful lot of the work they need getting rid of these castle barricades, but Element below can make sure that he is in position to deny any jump in from gym window, and the mirror is still present in the showers to make sure they can't jump in through jacuzzi. Element is also here to get droned out and then attacked from the ash. He almost lands a shot, does a lot of damage, but he's put down by Max C. This is a even man count now, but with low time ticking away. This is starting to look not dire, not quite
No.
desperate, but we'll say mildly urgent
Yes.
for Ignite.
Element won't be too happy. Somebody stole his sweet roll. Zidros getting a pick onto Geico is a great advantage for those attackers who need to make something happen. 30 seconds, 4 versus 3. They've got to open that Oblivion gate and send out those demons towards the site to capture this ground. Dragonborn.
Evac?
15 seconds to go.
No, Barn Owl. You do it.
I can't hear him. Is he disconnected?
Covered. 10 seconds left.
Is this asleep?
5 seconds
Yeah,
to go.
Barn Owl, I'm here. I don't know what you're on about.
Good. You're awake.
I mean, just
Looks
cast
like
the
Ignites
game.
are coming in here with...
It's the whole thing. Don't worry about me.
Oh, Proximity coming in there with the sweep up at the end to hold off the push from Ignite.
Sorry, I missed the very end of the winning round. So, Barnell, let's do a dramatic scream reaction when it goes back to the cams.
Okay, good.
This is what should have happened.
Yeah.
Give us a countdown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. After 3, 2, 1, go, and then the last 10 seconds of the round will happen. Okay.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. And it looks like Proximity are coming up the stairs towards the objective coming from main stairs. But no! Proximity are there to deny the push in and Ignite. No! The chance at coming through for the overtime has been shut down. Proximity claim this round 2 of the qualifiers.
Oh, it's amazing. What an incredible bit of play. Great casting, Barnell. Very well
I
done.
didn't even need to see the game. I didn't even need to see it.
Proximity. Taking advantage of that overtime, really stepping into form, being a bit more consistent. Great attack, great defense, from them to clinch out this game. Proximity, they were very strong all the way through last season. And the new players in Ignite, they showed a good fight. They've won that first match to get to this one. They've lost out, unfortunately, but they've shown themselves to be very strong. So if they can make it through all the qualifiers to the league season, it'd be great to see them hopefully build some more consistency throughout the game. Some fantastic moments all the way through.
That was so close. I really can't condemn really anything that Ignite brought there. It was so close. From round 1, we were seeing backward sweeps and clutches. We saw amazing last second action defining which way the balance is shifted. And we very rarely had a lead. We had 2 rounds in a row, a couple times in the first half, and then all the way in overtime to end the match. That was it. It was so close. Proximity looking great. Some amazing moments of fast aggression, of trading, of clutch moments and clutch plays. Exactly what brought them to be one of the highest finishing teams in last season. And Ignite, you can see immediately this is an experienced roster of players. And although they're new to Reflex, I don't think they'll be going anywhere anytime soon other than up. They brought a fantastic performance there on Clubhouse, and I cannot wait to see them again. Any closing thoughts on that other than how chaotic and close that was?
It was fantastic. I'm going to enjoy watching it back. There's some brilliant moments in that game in general.
My favorite has to be when we decided to stop talking.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Just watch the game.
That was some of the
enjoyable was
best play-by-plays I've ever heard you do in that particular moment. Anyway, closing thoughts. Proximity. It's a pleasure to see them. They're just a great team, and I'm excited to see what they can do next season, assuming they make it through. They've done a good job getting 2 wins under their belts right off the bat, and I imagine that would have been the longest match, or at least the tied longest match, because it went on for a while, of all the other games going on right now. A lot of games have gone on in the background, for those who don't know. So we will be back probably a bit sooner than we were last time for the next one.
It's who I am. Who I am. It's who I am. Who I am. Who I am. I know it's easy to get lost in yesterday, to bring back all these things. I know you love them, I know you love them, but I know that I can try again to warm your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. We say we want to make a change. I must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even if it passes by, this isn't how we say goodbye. Just until next time. There's nothing wrong with shedding tears to make sure that your side is clear and bring to light all their silly fears.
It's terrific. I'm so proud of you.
Just when you forgot, maybe take the time to stop and cherish what we had instead of missing what we had. You only notice when it's gone because to satisfy what you long for, you will have to try again to fill your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. You know you've got to make a change. You must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different way. And even when it passes by, that wasn't how you said goodbye. Just until next time, you'll still be through the falling tears. And now you know your side is clear. Bring to light all your silly fears. I was thinking that maybe when you get back, you could come with me. Fuck work, fall in love right now and spend all our money. Jump with me. Jump with me. I've been feeling it buzzing in my fingertips. Wanna try you out. Get lost, get far away, and do what we wanna do now. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump And I know the odds are always stacked against us. Even though we're young and trying to baby don't get no. And I know da. but you'll always stay close to my heart. You'll always stay close to my heart. You'll always stay close to my heart. You were the sun and the moon, spinning me around. When I pushed you, pulled me closer, so I wouldn't fall down. And now I just count the waves of your warm embrace. When you made it a little bit lighter, when I was tumbling into the dark. We lost everything. We lost everything, but you'll always stay close to my heart. We lost everything, but you'll always stay close to my heart. You'll always stay close to my heart. You'll always stay close to my heart.
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actor. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know, I see better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh, and you know, I see better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, waiting on you. Yeah, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, voice somehow. Yeah. close to numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. Yeah, I'm pale gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from a spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. I had the roses, but never your heart. I lived a dream, now I'm in the dark. Oh, 'cause you ran away and took my life, and so ripped me to pieces. Just let it all go. My heart was on fire, but you let me burn. You got me higher, now there's no return. Oh, you took my heart, you took my soul. Rip me to pieces, let it all go.
was on fire, but you let me burn. You got me wired, now there's no return. No. You took my heart, you took my soul. Rip me to pieces, ready to go.
Hello and welcome back here to Reflex Championship. My name is Barnowl, and this little guy is Ebak. We are here a little bit both late and later than we wanted to be. We had a timer on earlier, but that was utter fallacy. We are lining up to have our game with Endangered versus Rebel Nation, but there are a few little pieces of administration that need to happen first. Part of the case of what's the matter? Are you okay, buddy?
Oh, that was horrible. I had a
What was horrible?
terrible experience. Oh, sorry.
Why are you wearing a Christmas hat down there?
Oh, it's festive.
It's January.
Still festive.
Can't argue with that. So,
Okay, guys.
Ebak.
It's settled. It's good to go forward.
So, Ebak, we
Mhm.
are here waiting for Endangered versus Rebel Nation. Huh?
No, we were just
Okay,
being
we're good.
interrupted in the chat.
Interruptions in our headset. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we have been here for rounds 1 and 2. For a reminder of those of you who have joined since, we are currently in the qualifiers for the Reflex Championship Series Season 4. We're playing 9 games per round. We're casting one of them because, well, there's only 1.5 of us. And that's all we can manage. We're lining up here for round number 3. Ebak, what are your thoughts on the games we've had so far? What are your predictions and excitements for the round 3, what we have yet to come? And in general, how are you?
I'll take that in reverse order. So starting with how I am, I'm
like it reversed, don't you?
I'm pretty great. We've had some very fun matches, which delves straight into your previous questions. Starting off, Z Truth versus Team Sequence.
I mean, my notes here are an absolute mess because I'm barely literate. But the general gist of most of them basically say that it was very exciting and close. There was, I think, I wish we had a clip of this to show because it was possibly my highlight of the entire playday. There was a moment where, who was it? I think it was Chris, struck in a moment of aggression as Zofia on a basement attack.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
When they were expecting aggression in one location through elbow, she struck in through north with reckless abandon, got a kill, and escaped with her life. It was one of those moments of just staking in the ground. We're in charge. We
Yeah.
are taking the aggression to you. We are strong. We are killing you, and that's it. And that's like the pace they're trying to set. And then immediately, Team Sequence Academy, brand new to Reflex, going up against Z-Truth, who won last season, by the way. Pyros has won last season. And immediately, I believe it was Twift. It was Twift, yeah. I think playing Malusi at the time. Sprints back out of the site into attacker-dominated territory and gets a double kill, which shifts the round back in their favor. And it was just this beautiful moment of like, nope, not afraid of you. The aggression is not in your court. You are not in control of this. And it was, although Zedrith went on to win that game, that round of the qualifiers, it shouts to me, which you need to do because I can barely hear. that Team Sequence Academy just made a fantastic introduction here in Reflex, and I cannot wait to see them again. I'm really,
Yes.
really excited. And that was game number 1. Shuffle's notes to seem important and researched.
Yes, proximity in the next match on Clubhouse this time out, winning out, and how dynamic between them and Ignite, of course. And wow, that was a fantastic start. Probably the most exciting first 2 rounds I've ever seen of a match, especially on Clubhouse. Not usually a map that's that incredibly dynamic straight away, at least. And then the rest of the game was pretty solid after that. Proximity, I think they were too consistent for their opposition in the end. Ignite had their moments, but it was back and forth, and they never quite. They didn't stick it out in the same way that Proximity did. Proximity were consistent throughout, and that saw them enough rounds to just take it at the end through overtime. So that was a really, really great game with some fantastic team play and individual plays, especially in that first round from Max C.
It was an absolute bloodbath. It was one of those games where almost every round is a clutch. In either case, for either team, it was be a reverse sweep or an absolute stormer. There was the odd flawless round. It was almost every single round was incredibly exciting and unpredictable. I think is the only way I could really describe it, in the way that it was just like it could be 5-2 and you couldn't call it. Like every round was just that bloody and unpredictable. And that's another one where we have Proximity, a well-known name here at Reflex, versus Ignite Gaming, an experienced roster, but new to this particular league. And again, one introduction. Again, they went actually on to lose. Proximity won that one 8-6 into overtime, but not a single round was given away. It was taken with brute force and what in what other manners can things be taken?
Taken lightly.
It wasn't taken lightly. I think that sent the wrong message.
Taken bacon. Flaken.
Are the bands on stream? Ah, cool. Well, that's
So yeah,
relevant to know.
have we confirmed that the next game is indeed Endangered versus Rebel Nation? It is indeed confirmed as Endangered versus Rebel Nation. So that is the lineup we have for you, and the bands are currently going on. You can see them on the side of your screen. Ticking on down, there's another one. Unfortunately, onto Theme Park by the looks of things. So what is banned? Villa Cafe Consulate Theme Consulate. I can read.
We are down. Coastline has been banned, which means we are going. We're going to Oregon or to Clubhouse. So we will have a repeat of a game we've had so far, but against much different opposition. Rebel Nation, the story of these. What was that? Okay. So Endangered is a roster, again, we're quite familiar with. We saw them last season, and they have a pretty respectable lineup with Warden, Scipio, Sturksy, Almost, and Jorda. And we're up against the unproven Rebel Nation, another brand new team here at Reflex Championship. There's one of the reasons I love doing these qualifier games is because we have new talent. So we have a new matchup with unknown quantities on a very well-trodden battleground. We go back to Oregon to close out the day. Evac.
Yes.
Are you with me?
I am with you.
Are you with me always?
Yes.
Are you with me always?
Yes, I am with you always.
Point. Well, looks like we have pretty much all of the players in the lobby. And we're just about ready to kick this thing off. Just down to rectify which teams are on attack and defense.
Crackerjack. Some interesting songs popping up today on the stream. I don't know if everyone else.
Endanger's defending.
sees what we're apparently some of our observers are listening to. Had a bit of Backstreet Boys earlier. Absolutely wonderful. Dear me.
Alrighty, we got
So-
Rectify.
Looks
Yeah,
like
you
we
ready?
are going right on in. I am super ready. We've got Sturksy, Jorda. We got the whole
This
kind
is
of gang.
proper
Oh, I'm
classics,
having
get outta here.
having a playlist shoved in my face. Scipio, Almost, and Warden are the endangered GG lineup. Rebel Nation, Rectify, Valiant, JCX, Red Rider, and
Nolinio.
Nolinio. It's kind of like Nidorino, but not quite.
See, I went for
Because
like
we've done enough
non-linear.
Pokemon references today.
Yes.
And here we are on Oregon. What a lovely day to be in Oregon. It's quite warm. There's some construction going on. You know, it's nice. I wonder what Oregon will look like when it's finished.
Rework take 2. Now, we've had so far today consistent bans of Thatcher and Maverick. We have Endangered banning off the Thatcher first. Will Rebel keep us going? No!
Oh, okay. Slightly different, the Hibana being banned out, but it's still not too much of a surprise. The Hard Breach and Thatcher ban just means we'll be relying on that Ace and Thermite even more. But at least we'll have Maverick, who is a lot more versatile to deal with quite a few little dudes, one of which is Kaid being banned out. He cannot be diddled with today. A usual ban. It does mean that it's going to be a bit trickier to potentially hold on to that electrical hatch. Mira technically still in play right now, unless she's banned out. The last one is Wamai. So Mira in play for a change. We've seen a good mix of bans of defense of Oregon. I think defensive bans on Oregon really switch up the game. Attacking, it's always going to be the same one or two. For defense, you can shape it quite a bit. We saw a Valkyrie ban come out last time we were on Oregon to deny that intel. This time, it is very much in the hands of Scipio. As it looks like, as we confirm, a kitchen dining defense first by now.
Not always you see us go to that one, but it is absolutely one of the most viable sites. Often we find ourselves at kids' dorms and laundry, and kitchen is most often the third, but to be honest, most of them are successful that you can really take them in any order you wish. We have the Valkyrie coming out. We will be unable to have the Wamai and Jaeger stacked, so projectiles will be a little bit more reliable. And on the attacking side, what looks to be a very standard lineup. So in terms of operator choice and utility brought, nothing massively surprising. Only what is yet to be seen is how they are used and how successful Endangered and Rebel Nation might be using it.
We'll just have to wait and see. Rebel Nation hopefully get us off to a nice strong start. They will live up to the game's namesake and siege this building. Sometimes a lot of attackers do forget that is the aim of the game. The defenders holding on for dear life while those attackers rattle the cage they are sitting in. And that's what they're going to try and do with this quite dynamic lineup. Relatively predictable, but I like to see the Nomad to make sure. I mean, Rectify with the Rect in his name behind, jabbing up those flanks.
Well, looks like to be a very strong top floor hold. Can be very potent on this site. Plenty of vertical pressure can be applied downwards into kitchen, and through that hatch you can get an angle which sees most of the site of dining on the west hand side. It can leave you a little bit wanting though. Elsewhere, Scipio drops, looks like on the top floor as a master bedroom entry finds the advantage in the hands of Rebel Nation. That we have defenders in the hands of Warden. The Jaeger is present in order to try and fend off this entry. But if he can't hold this off, then top floor control will be handed to the attackers in very quick time.
It's a good start taking out that Valkyrie, no C4 for them. Interesting to see actually the Claymore being opted for by the Ash, and then the Breaches instead being brought the smokes for the Ace to counter that. So Ace being even more important potentially for the attackers. They do not want to lose Warden under some serious pressure. The entire team looking at him. I'm not sure he knows how many there are, but he is running straight away. Great ground being taken by Rebel Nation straight off the bat. Exactly what I was saying they'd be hoping for at the start.
It's exactly what you'd hope for, and the one thing that you'd be scared of is a flank coming up behind from Armory Stairs, but Rectify on the Nomad is going to make that very difficult.
That and 2 claymores.
That and indeed 2 claymores going to make flanking around this very difficult. Nalinia is over there in attic, making sure things like the hatches are open and their access to the meeting wall is clear, and a Maverick and Ace will be certain to get this wall open nice and quickly. This splits open the kitchen site really, really well, and makes it very difficult for defenders to cling onto it. Close engagements here in the chicane corridor. Sturksy backs off with this from the 11 in hand, as these attackers have done a very quick and competent play off the top floor and now the east side of the map. Another kill comes out, Rectify shutting down Jorda. Still got smokes in hand and 48 seconds on the clock. This is deniable. They have a C4 in the hands of almost, canisters in the hands of Sturksy. But with this much time left and 5 attackers with plenty of utility yet to burn, this could start slipping out of their grip very quickly.
Yep, they've got good control of ground. They've got to control these remaining men, and they've slipped Warden, getting the first kill for those defenders. A triple suddenly from Endangered, a double from Sturksy, brings suddenly back to an advantage for the defenders with 20 seconds left. What can Rectify and JX do from this position? They've got a lot to do. They've got to push into security and try and take these men. Do they know where they are? It doesn't look like they do. Sophia gets another kill onto Warden, and the plant's going down. JC to cover. Can he cover that plant? Stokesy's coming round. No! The plant is denied, and time almost ran out on the remaining player, but almost shut down with the shotgun. The last remaining player on the Zofia. What a great start from Endangered after what looked a bit rocky, given the very initial start of the round. They pulled that back with a wonderful triple kill for the team right near the end.
This is so many of the games that we've done today have started with what looked like a certain round in one direction and it's swept backwards, and that is absolutely no different. That was like a 2-3 versus 5 get ticking down the clock with attackers all over the place, and the defenders just came alive.
Very dynamic play from the defenders of Endangered. Of course, we know Endangered quite well. We saw them here last season. They contended very, very well to one of the top positions. I can't remember exactly what position that was off the top of my head, but they are certainly very strong. Rebel Nation going to try and prove themselves here today. Both teams obviously have I believe we mentioned, both teams have won 1 game, lost 1 game as their current record in the qualifiers so far, which is why they're up against each other here. They'll be wanting to get those 2 wins on the board. There are 6 rounds today, 3 of them, and then on the 15th next weekend, we have the remaining games. You want 2 wins on the board nice and early from the first play day to ease that pressure for next time.
Indeed, I forget the exact number, but our wonderful observer Max D was pointing out that the probability of a team going with 2 wins in this first day of games has an incredibly elevated chance of ending up in the top 9 or make it to the Reflex Championship Series of Season 4. That is what is on the line for these teams right now. It's not only a chance to get more points on the board, but also to shore up their position, to reinforce, to dig their heels in to play in this tournament. An Ace, a breach, hits the walk-in wall after an Ash charge deletes any kind of denial that the Mute might have brought to the occasion, and with 2 minutes and 17 left on the clock, the was already open. That's going to cut this site in half. The crossfires that attackers can now establish to shore up their establishment of control just massively increased.
Well, it's an interesting lineup from both teams, not just in terms of the operators, but also secondary gadgets. There's been some switch around to what you could expect. Red Rider, especially bringing those smokes instead of the breaches this time. We'll see how he can use them. Warden taken out early with an aggressive peek by Valiant on the Ash, taking out that player by basket. Really, really good start for attacking games, especially with the breach open. And Sturksy, the only other player around the area, has been denied, which means they can move right on in using those smokes. Jorda does get a pick with the UMP, but it's almost in vain at this point. He's moved into that position. Scipio is underneath. So a potential move from Rebel Nation could be stopped if they're not careful. They seem to be aware. They are not rushing in, not getting too ahead of themselves. They're going to try and find this player down below and isolate that top player of Jordan. Because they have time to do so.
They do have the time, and they have the luxury, and that just only got so much more. Like, guessed Nitro flies up, hasn't flown it just yet. It goes off in a default plan spot, but it's an incorrect guess. The cover onto white stairs, the movement is seen. It read like a book and laid akimbo on the ground. And you shouldn't leave books like that because you could step on them, tear the pages, they might get wet, ruin the ink, and as such, endangered. Fall with that round and leave us to a 1-1 after the first 2 rounds, with Rebel Nation putting a very good mark on that. This is going to be a well-contested game. We can tell already. I can tell already. I can't speak for Evac. Can you tell already?
I can tell already. It's absolutely
We can both tell already. Fantastic.
Yes, it's great. Rebel Nation. I think I'm seeing similarities to Proximity from the last game. They lost that first round due to incredible clutch play.
Could you remind me what your Twitch handle is? Yeah, your Twitter handle is.
It is at evac_clash main, and I'm very, very happy with Scipio for bringing out that clash. I'm going to make a nice note of you. I like you, Scipio.
Interestingly enough, Clash has actually been something we have seen a marked rise in popularity with the changes.
She's the best.
I mean, she is the best. But with Lamai and Jaeger now being slightly less capable of denying utility, Clash is a utility side.
Yeah.
For an organized team, when you see a Clash, the only answer to her, unless you can isolate her and batter her and knock her shield aside to get your shots off, is to dump utility, is for frag grenades, is for concussions and impacts. You can have an ADS somewhere to soak up one, but a Clash, well played with a bit of support, can soak up so much utility, and with a player behind her that can hit their shots, is a roaming mirror window of death.
It is indeed. She's great. I was just saying before that, actually, Proximity, I'm seeing similarities with Rebel Nation, because Proximity, they lost out to those silly kind of clutch moments that really cost them when they had really strong, consistent rounds. Then Rebel Nation consistently strong on that round. They weren't clutched against, and it was strong. So if they can keep that up, they might well win out like we saw Proximity do. Of course, Twitch chat, it seems, does not believe that will be the case, is endangered. Very, very favorable in the vote percentage. They're currently 85% to win, according to those watching. So apparently you guys don't believe, but I do. Rebel Nation, they look really strong at the moment. And this is going to be a game.
They're looking good. And I love the amount of new teams and new faces that have rolled up to Reflex Championship this season. Last season was great, but this season of Siege, this year of Siege, I do believe is going to be one of the most exciting we've had. The changes to the meta, the shift away from util clear, the new operators coming in, there are just so many reasons to be excited, and with new skilled teams coming in to get us excited to learn new personalities, new teams and their character. I'm just really excited, you know?
Yes, we are seeing a lot of character indeed. Brendan Rodgers will be very happy with the whole situation. Clash trying to deny a lot of players here. Whether you'll play Freezer or Laundry, with that wall open obviously to Freezer, you can't really press too much on that side. So right now, Sturksy going to deny with those smoke canisters to hold them off. Still a lot of time, actually, for these attackers, given the ground they've taken to make this attack happen. They've got to use this clash as well. And currently, Sturksy being the first man to fall for the defenders. 40 seconds left. The advantage now in the hands of the attackers. But as I say that, Jordan gets a pick alongside, almost swinging it back. Complete opposite of what I just said. Endangered now have a strong advantage. Jordan wants to capitalize upon it. With the shotgun, he's going quite aggressive towards this Ash. But the Ash, in the meantime, takes out Warden. Rectify gets another pick onto Jordan. As we were just saying in Freezer. 2 versus 3 now for the defenders. 1 versus 3. It's the Clash, the only player remaining. Shield on back. No. But no, back down to the floor.
Oh, that horrible POV of 3 lines of fire coming out from different directions. A horrible position to be left in. That, and it highlights the downside of Clash is she's not really a gun. When you have your shield up in front of you that much, you are really not as outwardly dangerous by yourself. When your support fades away, when the man advantage slips away, the benefit that you can reap from a clash really starts to dwindle. And
Well, my thoughts for that round, having seen Clash brought out on this particular defensive site a number of times, she was being used, I think, more as a cam, as a human cam to give intel on Freezer and Laundry and who's pushing and a bit of extra pressure. She's not really that useful there. She just stood there. The round happened around her. I think if you put her in Freezer, like you realize that push is coming in, you put pressure on in that area, even with the wall open, and have your own pressure from Smoke and whoever else is in that position on Laundry. She could be quite useful in either of those, but she was just sitting in the middle, and in that case, it's a wasted operator.
wow. To hear that sends chills down my spine.
No, I mean, Clash is great. You've got to use her. And Scipio really struggled to there. I think the setup was all wrong.
Well, I mean, speaking of the setup, I think the place on that defense where Clash has shone on all levels of play that I've seen her played is in the door from North Tower Stairs and Bunker, and to
That
like
too.
Boiler and Bunker. Like, because she stands in a doorway, directly pressures attackers, can give intel, and provides a relatively safe shooting position for defenders behind her. They didn't attack Bunker at all.
No.
They rammed themselves down Laundry and down Freezer. They had most of the defenders all staring at them, but with enough smokes and a couple frags, they just shoved their way through. And that really doesn't afford the Clash, exactly as you say. She can stand there safely and give calls, but all the rest of her utility that comes out of her positioning and the support she can provide all just melted away.
Yeah, well, we're well into the next round now, which is another top floor defense. Valiant's going to be trying to get those angles open to deny, or to stop any denial of the wall. Obviously, the bandit of almost, but he's miles away. He is absolutely miles away. He is not tricking that wall. He's not denying it. And it's going to be opened any second now by Red Rider, getting those Selmas off. There we go. The wall is open. So good efficiency from Rebel Nation. Yet again, they are taking ground early. They are getting their utility off. Sturksy, though, going to try and get a bit of a man advantage. He's going to try and take some damage off these attackers before they swing on in. Slow them down a bit. Give them something to worry about. They know where he is, surely, at this moment. Him swinging around, doing little pre-fires all over the place, trying to get himself a kill. Will he manage to do it? He doesn't want to use. He doesn't want to lose his utility, though. Those 3 smoke canisters could prove crucial going into the last minute or so of this round.
We need to see whether or not he tries to stick onto those and maybe risk dropping them all completely to try and save them for the last 30 seconds of the round, or if he decides to deploy them like he does right there to deny this push, to slow them down, and to make sure that he does drive these attackers to the final 2 seconds.
Tracing the head of Rectify, and he finishes it off. Absolutely fantastic shot there from Sturksy, completely aware of those attackers' positioning. But in the meantime, Trophy Room has been opened. That angle across to the attic means that the bandit is dead. And the sudden rush from Rebel Nation, they take out so many men.
Attackers have located a bomb.
They're shut down themselves. A 3 versus 1 now suddenly for no. Sorry, I couldn't see on the kill feed what had happened for quite a while there. A sudden flurry from Rebel Nation, but it didn't work out for them whatsoever, and it's stuck in a 1 versus 3 now, Barnow. Ah.
There's nothing else to say. I mean, they drove themselves into attic through that breach, and they got a number of kills on that entry, but they put themselves in a relatively vulnerable position by doing so, with no cover there, and then opening themselves to those cross angles from the inside games, the opposite side of dorms, and inside of kids' dorms, the rotate they made into attic. That's a dangerous place to be, and they got punished for it.
2-2 is now the score, going back down to Laundry. The Clash is currently picked. I don't know if they'll stick with that or 6 pick it right now. I imagine if you're showing the Clash, you will probably switch off it. That generally is the rule. And that is pretty much, if you give it a second, yes, exactly what Scipio will be doing. Bringing out the Ella instead. Opting for those Grismots, I think a different plan is in order for those defenders for this basement defense, because last time simply wasn't good enough. They didn't provide much early contention. They let Rebel Nation have the space and time they want to get down there. and then the execute was simple enough. They just dragged their way through.
It was something of a forceful take. And you want to be forceful, you want to be aggressive and strong. But you want to be forceful, aggressive, and strong in the right sense. You don't want to be shoving a square peg into a
10
round
seconds
hole.
left before
If you want, you want to pull out your file, and then you file the hole into a square shape, and then you push in through that square-shaped hole.
Attackers
That's what the
objective is to
utility's
locate a
for. That's
bomb
what the
and
cams
defuse it.
are for. That's what the roam clear is for.
Shove a square peg into. No, shove a. I screwed up. Oh, I was gonna make a joke.
That's
Anyway,
incredibly
Stokesy puts
uncharacteristic.
down an evil eye. I'll save it for another time. Sturksy gets some evil eyes down. We see what Maestro can do here. We've seen a good amount of Twitch play. We're talking about that in the first game with Marco for
The team that Marco
Z-Truth.
plays for.
Z-Truth, sorry, it took me a minute. Denying evil eyes earlier on today. But no such thing will be happening for Rebel Nation. They've got to deny instead with Ash's extra breaching round. That'll be quite useful to take that out, as well as Zophia's impacts. Nades as well, potentially, from Maverick or his blowtorch. So there is a lot to deal with a Maestro. They're opting for him anyway. It is good, at the very least, to have a 3 armor with an Alder in hand.
Ooh, early engagement outcoming here on Armory Stairs on this long roam, quite far from the site. This is one of those difficult occasions where there are 3 stairways down and you couldn't get a chance to use any of them. Zofia has followed you up and sinks the headshot, putting the Ella in the ground. Those Gurzmots hopefully will still be present to stop, slow, disorient, and generally annoy the attackers as they progress onto the site. I'm liking the fact that we're not seeing the same bunker take. Concussion there to clear any ADSs, and the second impact to follow up to destroy that Goyo shield to let this freezer take happen with a bit more safety. Only a minute 16 left. Defenders in a man disadvantage.
Bomb located by
Inverse of what we normally see on that wall. We normally see the left-hand side reinforced and the other side open. This is the opposite. So they pulled out a similar take last time. Again, on Laundry Stairs and Freezer Stairs. How have Endangered adapted?
attackers have located a bomb.
That brilliantly, Georgia has fallen. Freezer control being taken by those attackers straight away. They've got 45 seconds to do what they want with it, which is take a lot of damage. Sturksy taking big hits of damage, but he's still alive. So it's still going to come down to that execute. The diffuser is currently over by Laundry. I imagine they'd be going for that desk plant. Sturksy, the only real one to cover that right now. Warden holding on the opposite side, ready to pinch any player coming out of Freezer alongside Almost. Warden gets the first one, so his position is known. They might swing around looking for that, and they're caught off by Almost. That play working fantastically, but meanwhile, the plant's going down, and the Ash covering whilst taking out Sturksy. 40 seconds to defend that diffuser. 2 versus 2, Barnow.
The coverage there, the angles were slightly flimsy from the defense, and while they got 2 kills for it, they let the plant get down. But a beautiful shot comes in there and shuts down the Ash, putting her prone on the ground. Red Rider has now backed off. He needs to stay safe. He needs to stay alive, but he cannot leave this diffuser alone. With 2 defenders, they can get 1 to start in a way. But rather than go for the cover and defuse, they go in for the fight.
No,
He gets the call and
what a misplay!
he follows it quick and gets the shot. 9 seconds left. It's just in time to start getting on that diffuser. That is a win for Endangered Gaming, but it is not
Disable the diffuser.
not a safe one.
Oh, I thought Warden was too far away at that point. I thought he might have to come all the way round and it'd be too late, but he just catches the heels of the ace and saves his team. Almost the embarrassment there. Very, very close, but another win. So 3-2 is now the score. So a good advantage for Endangered on their defense. They will want a 4-2, you'd imagine, going on to their attack. Reduces their necessity to get too many rounds. The pressure will be slightly less on heading in towards the end of this match. But right now, can we see a 3-all at the half from the attacking efforts of Rebel Nation? I think we can.
Well, 3 alls is pretty much all we've had in terms of halves. I don't know that we've actually cast a game today that has had a 4-2 split. This has been so
second
even
one.
and contested.
The second one was 4-2. Pretty sure.
Nope, it was 3-3.
Attackers
What?
have located a bomb.
Have I not read?
It was 100% a 4-2 today.
Nope.
It must have been the first one. I think you're wrong.
You are wrong. The first game there was a 4-2. Ignore me. I'm an idiot.
You're wrong. No, I'm wrong.
Three alls. Yes, Revelation have been looking very good. To be honest, I think that was a misplay from Endangered that they were allowed to take back
Yeah, maybe.
rather than the inverse.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah.
It makes sense to play, sending one round and bringing one close to defuse, but there was quite a long period where that bandit is exposed, and if the ace had just turned around because he knew someone was up above, could have easily killed the dropping player. He just decided to opt for hiding around the corner and then play it a bit safer after that, and unfortunately was caught off due to the speed of that Jaeger Warden swinging around. He may not be a 3-speed anymore, but I've been very suddenly distracted, actually, by the fact that Rectify has taken this control of the top floor so quickly, being allowed to take Trophy and Master. Endangered opting for a North and Kids hold with no pressure on Master early on. You usually see a bit of pressure, then they back off to this position, but they've given it to Rebel Nation rather easily, which means they can breach opposite Kids straight away, which is something... which is rather odd, but obviously that's just the way that Endangered want to play. Warden's position should be known. He has that apparently it isn't. The Zofia of JX just running straight past him. Now going for the vertical breach to make sure his path down is not safe at all.
Warden has backed off. The vertical angle looks really nice at the bottom of White Stairs, but he wasn't able to catch the kill. Seeing the vertical angles and the vertical players, but so far nothing netted for it. A bunch of damage done to Sturksy, and several players on the attacking side of Rebel Nation have taken some damage themselves. But now they have established vertical control. The defenders have all fallen back down to the bottom floor, but they're firing up. They haven't quite abandoned this yet. They're looking right back up, and Valiant takes a chunk of damage and just slots his head into the pixel angle. That is unfortunate for him.
Great aggression from the Melusi, knowing just when that Ash would peak and at what angle. That is exactly what the defense need. A man advantage. They don't have the control of the verticals anymore. Rebel Nation have taken it, but they have taken the first hit. JX ready for this flanking player from Garage, but the rest of the team isn't. They're being picked off. Warden getting one alongside his teammate, but Rectify getting another means that it's a 2 versus 4, which is quite a tall order for these attackers. Oh, Scipio comes up and takes out Zofia. A back and forth gunfight eventually won out again by the defenders. It looks like we're heading towards a 4-2 at the half, as Rectify really has to do a lot to rectify this situation.
It was looking... I was ready to make the point that Zofia seemed to have droned out Garage, or had some information that Valkyrie was playing there, because she was staring at the garage door so intently. But I don't know why she stopped paying attention to it, because the Valkyrie was there, sweeps up and gets the kill. Now left in a 1v4, there's no information there. Sturksy finishes off Rectify, but really it could have been anyone. The Nomad was running around like a headless peafowl.
Oh yes, poultry jokes. That's what we love.
There's nothing poultry about this, Andrew. It's very serious gaming. But as we head
Wordplay, ladies and gentlemen.
It's literally our job.
Yes.
Right. As we switch halves, they have exactly as you predicted, a 4-2 split on their defensive half of Oregon. Not the most unusual thing, something that has become less guaranteed over the last season or so. But the Monty gets switched out for the Ash, forming a pretty standard lineup. The Zofia, Sledge, and Ash, the soft breaching trio of explosive potential. That's a total of, I believe, 7 explosive projectiles that can be thrown, flown, or fired, alongside potentially 3 breach charges. Yeah, so that is a total of 10 explosives in the hands of the attackers that can destroy floors, verticals, or explosive gadgets, which the defenders have brought in Melusi and Goyo.
Well, the defenders have also brought some explosive power themselves. They've got 3 C4s to potentially deny that supply plant. But, I mean, if Endangered, attack in a similar nation in similar
10 seconds remaining.
fashion eluded me as it usually does. Have you seen the way I dress? Rebel Nation. Then they will be doing a bit more of a freezer laundry side of stuff. I would expect something a bit more traditional given where they are spawning. Looks like they are going for that elbow play. Rebel Nation sets up very much to defend that despite the way they attack.
I mean, I think this setup is quite universal. You sort of, in that little overhead view just there, similar horizontal lines made looking towards freezer, shields in the corridor, and in small box looking toward that direction. So, with a little bit of warning, the defenders could switch their side and look towards laundry and freezer if they needed to, but I think you're right. By the look of the spawn and the moving drone work coming out, it looks like a predominantly bunker-sided take. Pretty traditional. And as is tradition, very completely non-existent roam presence, as all defenders line up holding different angles around the north stairs and bunker.
Early round, no picks in the first minute of play, which will favour those defenders. They've still got the ground. They know exactly what the attackers are doing so far. They've not really done very much. We've got one player up in meeting with rather little resistance. I believe that's the Sledge and the Thermite, yes, who are now going to get that electrical hatch open, which is a serious problem for anyone underneath. JC now knows that is the case, but they don't need to hold that specifically, just need to keep an eye out in case they go for a crazy rapid drop strategy. But that will mostly result in their death if Endangered did go for that.
Yeah, it also allows exactly that angle to open up. Ooh, Jordan shot through that long angle across that shield. Rectifier is put down. It also means that that box cannot be used by players who are on site to peek out and contest bunker, which makes the bunker player's life a little bit easier, as they mostly need to watch towards elbow itself and door that Valiant is currently playing in.
It's a good idea, but Endangered have been rather slow. In terms of efficiency, they've not done what they would probably want to, and especially losing the Ash and the Ace as well.
Triple headshot!
Jaeger!
Valiant,
What
no!
a play! Incredible, taking out the Sledge as well. Suddenly, the round looked so much different, almost stuck up by the hatch by himself. Warden taken out. They didn't take the ground. They weren't that efficient, and they lost almost all their men in a moment of brilliance from Valiant.
That was just a little tour of clicking heads right there. Just peeked out and just got head, stairs, overhead.
Serious damage done to the Melusi there, but it's not finished yet again. Almost got a lot of angles to check. He's got one exothermic charge, could open up this wall, but there's really no reason to with 10 seconds left and so many men looking at you. Red Rider gets the pick, only one remaining for Warden. Warden gets a double though, afforded to him rather cheaply. The rest of the defenders will hide round those corners, make sure that round is secured. What a moment of brilliance. We gave Jaeger a clip. Yes, you did. Frickety frack indeed.
Bringing us there to a 4-3-1 away from being nice and equal. That I don't want to put too much credit on one person on a particular team really ever, but Valiant's 3K there cannot be understated as bringing the momentum back in the hands of Rebel Nation. The man advantage there, they could afford to throw 2 and die in the last dying moments of that and still have plenty left to keep the round alive.
I think that was partially due to a misplay from Endangered. Just a bit too slow, a bit too cautious and scared. And then when it came to the push, they weren't even looking. The Ace may well have been looking, but the rest of the team just caught off lazily on angles you always fight. Like, any player at this level of play should know those angles like the back of their hand. They should be able to peek those, just pre-fire them perfectly every single time. And falling out to Valiant, great individual play, but it was afforded to him quite well at the same time by Endangered. They're going to have to pull something out that's a bit more. I was saying Rebel Nation, they've had consistency. endangered, that was a bit suddenly shaky from them. And if they can't, if they do anything more like that, if they're consistent with their inconsistency, it's a strange oxymoron, but I guess technically makes sense. They'll be in trouble here because Rebel Nation will take rounds off you if you give them.
They absolutely will jump on that. They will swim and fight hard if there's blood in the water. And while they might have won the last round, they have lost a team member. It looks like Nilinio has currently dropped. Unsure if we're going to go. I think we're too deep into the round to call for a pause to get him back. Hopefully he'll rejoin, be nice and present for the next round. Hopefully with the defenders they can hold them off for enough time that the timer itself will become that 5th man and replace their 5th man.
Yeah, we'll see what the 4-man of Rebel Nation can do. It's already against them, but they've brought it back even. They may have lost a man due to technical issues, but a big technical issue is Jordan getting his head blasted off by Valiant. Another lovely headshot from the Jaeger, who now can't afford to roam. He's sitting right in the middle of the site. Although Melusi is underneath, sitting there potentially with a C4, ready to destroy any attackers who try and take this ground. Yes, 2 C4s still in the hand of those defenders. Scipio has moved on into Trophy, and we do have almost ready to breach Walk-in. Oh no, is that already open? I think it is.
That is already opened, yeah.
Yes.
JCX just has missed on the opportunity to get this nitro. She could still run underneath if they get the call.
Yeah, it looks like Almost is dancing, waiting for that C4 to go off, but the Melusi running straight past. Now he's sticking it. Great intel, clearly from In Danger. They must have some sort of drone down there. Scipio jumps up as the covering player and takes out 1, takes out 2. Great play from the Ash, which means we're in a 2 versus 2 situation. Valiant covering from Attic, and yes, the Melusi coming up white to cover the opposite side. Still a reasonable amount of time for the attackers to make this happen.
Plenty of time left and plenty of utility in the hands of the Zofia. Those concussive lifelines, one, great impacts, can destroy things that are bulletproof, but secondly, those concussive mines can act as proximity sensors, and it definitely confirms that Valiant is there, but unfortunately his bullets trade places and Valiant nicks their head off of the Zofia. Scipio all by himself. He knows the position of 1, tries to dodge to one side. He thinks maybe they're in Attic, maybe they're in dorms. Can he afford to check with 13 seconds and the diffuser in hand? I don't think he can. He goes for 1 shot, he gets some damage off, but it's not enough. Valiant creeps back from Attic and puts Ash in the ground. Rebel Nation equalize us at 4-4.
2 triples in a row for Valiant. He is absolutely on fire as the Jaeger on their defenses. Rebel Nation getting their 2nd round in a row, mostly thanks to him. Great teamwork, though, throughout the round in general, showing up at the key moments. Yeah, they lost the man, but they won the round. And it didn't really seem like they were a 4-man team. It was barely noticeable that they had that initial disadvantage. And they're back even. No disadvantage for them in terms of score. Getting rounds on the board. Looks like they will now pause. Yes, so we'll be taking
Defenders,
Oh,
protect your
wow.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
momentary... No, are we taking a
No, they're
momentary break?
denying the
No point, his PC crashed.
rip.
Right, looks like they might have lost a player for maybe a bit longer. Potentially another round or 2. Hopefully not for too much longer. Rebel Nation managed to bring it back last time, but consistently having 4 men should see them towards a loss. They've got to win 3 rounds in a row to win this.
It pushes you so close to the edge, having 1 man gone. 4-5 is not a death sentence. As we saw in that last round, the second if you happen to get the opening pick, even. You're all evensy Stevensy. But what it does mean is you can, 1, it's much, much harder to have players in close proximity to each other in order to trade. You can't afford to be as spread out and still have that proximity. You have to really consolidate the areas that you want to hold. It means that the utility that you're bringing is so much more reduced. You have to prioritize, do you want cams, wall denial, do you want a utility denial?
Well, or even with the cams, like they brought the Valkyrie, which makes a lot of sense. But you have three players. If one player is watching cams, you have 3 active players, and that is a small count when playing against 5 straight off the bat. The vertical control of West Tower being taken immediately by the Maverick, making sure that wall is straight away opened, and it is indeed. With those Selma charges from Jorda. So angles open already. Valiant is going to have to pull something remarkable out yet again. He is holding the entire shower corridor, showers, and most of dining by himself. If he can get another triple, that'll definitely help them out. And damage being taken by Warden, the first bit of damage to be taken by anyone, thankfully for Rebel Nation, for Endangered.
JCX goes for a run out to try and help Warden there, but he does assist with the kill, but JX does take a chunk of damage themselves. Valiant going absolutely nuts. He shuts down the Sire presence. That's 2 kills for Warden, assisted by JCX.
This man is insane. He's got 2 triples in a row, and he might well be headed off for another. As I said, he's got to control shower corridor by himself, but there's so many players going for the plant. Elysian as well joining in. Red Rider getting a pick. Valiant finally shut down by Scipio. A 2 versus 3. The advantage in the hands of Rebel Nation, the 4-man team. Maybe they were weighed down by their 5th man. They seem to be absolutely alight now that they're a 4-man. It's that mental kind of almost advantage when you get in winning ways with a disadvantaged position, potentially endangered, looking rather endangered
They're
now.
so elusive. Like there's only 4 of them, but no matter what fight you're taking, the horrible angle there. What a horrible section of broken up wall, but Rectify's there for the trade, and Rebel Nation win their 2nd round in a row with 4 men.
What? I did not see this coming at all.
And they take the lead. They take the TAM lead, bringing us to 5-4. They go down to laundry and supply. I'm playing with my toes.
Sturksy saying how everybody should play. It is pretty much the pro play. I'm a controller player. Rectify, good to hear. I mean, that's why you're winning, really. Console is superior.
Console master
pretty
race?
much every way.
Well, he didn't say
right?
which console. The Xbox controller is
that's a
by
good
far
point.
superior to the PS4 controller.
Yeah. We don't have tiny hands. Like the PlayStation controllers are just too small for my big man hands.
Gross bumpers. I want to feel like I'm pulling a trigger when I'm pulling a trigger.
Yeah. You know, right? Yeah. Anyway. Back on topic. Barnow, 5-4 advantage for Rebel Nation. Really didn't see this coming, but still. What can they do here? Now that they're on the basement site, you'd expect a turtle. It's a bit less of a disadvantage on this site in particular, I think. The only thing you'd lack is probably utility. This will be like one of the endangered defenses with the clash, but the clash just isn't there. Just defend the rest of it. Say they've peaked and they've been defeated. They got aggressive and it didn't work, and then they turtled. That's pretty much the default situation of Rebel Nation. They can win it from here. They've done it twice now. If Valiant can keep going, he's brought 3 players with him, 3 players with him, 2 players with him the last couple of rounds, and I don't recall whether he got maybe 2 before that. But he's going 14-5 currently on a 4-man team. If he can keep it up, if he can at least get 2 men for his 1 death, that's very, very useful, bringing things even for his team.
Indeed. We've got, as you said, a bit of a turtle. We have the bandit on the walls. They're not going for a semi-soft, mildly turgid elbow hold. They've gone for the full lock. And there's no Thatcher on the board, nor Maverick in order to open it up. So that means that the entire attacking roster is going to be lining up by bunker and
JC so close with that pre-fire. Does he know Scipio's coming around? He does now. Scipio giving his position away with a pre-fire and stepping momentarily into that Banshee's base. His position is known. Rectify also trying to contest. There's so many angles are going to be open. You imagine that breach may well take place with the lack of denial onto that single panel wall over by Boiler. I mean, it's an option, potentially, for Jordo, which means that the defenders won't be able to crouch in there. They're not doing currently anyway. You can see this N-shaped position, this little curve, making sure these attackers, sorry, cannot plant easily. So many C4s, I believe 3 maybe still in the hand of those defenders. No, a
Two
barbed
left.
wire being brought by the bandit to potentially deny people moving in from corridors. It is quite sensible, but it means you have one less projectile option to deny. And there's one of those, proving why they're so useful, taking out Scipio. Now the man count is equalized. 1 minute left on the clock for the attackers. Equal men now, looking pretty decent for Rebel Nation. Yet again, can they win 3 rounds in a row with a man disadvantage?
Oh, Rectify gets going, gets traded by Warden, keeping us even with the man count. Sturzy has separated from his compatriots and is by Laundry. He will be a free trade. No one's there to back him up. Valiant is chasing him up the stairs. Sturzy decides to run away. Jordan goes for a plant, but is downed. Down into a 2 versus 2 as far as who's still standing. The defuse is down. 40 seconds remaining, and Valiant is back on the room. He is hunting above.
Can he catch off these players? Oh, I think they know. At least they're potentially ready. And it's a 1 versus 3. He's had quite a few 1 versus 3 rounds, but not in a as the last man situation. So he's got to pre-fire like an absolute god, and he is shut down like a mortal. Jorda finishing off the round. Another 4 endangered, but the first in a while. And given that that kind of mental advantage almost for the defenders of Rebel Nation, that'll probably be gone now, as it's 5-5 on the scoreboard. Are we ever going to see Nonlinear coming back, or is he just done?
It depends how quickly his PC can restart, I'm guessing. I think the reason they haven't called for a pause because it would take longer than the 5-minute regulation to get him back, and so they would just waste 5 minutes and then he still wouldn't be back. But we go onwards to round number 11. We're going to kids' dorms. We went here a while ago. Valiant obviously went big, and there was a lot of the cross-site trading. Often you see kids' dorms become this kind of, it's like a T-junction almost, between the attic door and walk-in, and then the other set of dorms and the trophy door. Those two are like the longest lines of sight across that area, and you so often find multiple gunfights happening across that space. And that's what we saw last time. We saw Valiant chipping away at the man count from endangered, and then a flurry of trades fall in the favor of Rebel Nation when it came down to a scrappy end-of-round gunfight.
So I just drew on a piece of paper what the lines of sight are to see like the T. It's kind of a T. It's actually really, it's kind of like a TN with a slash through it. But it's very interesting actually looking at that, all the angles from above and how they work. It's such a cool sight. I really do love this new Oregon. A lot of people are bored of it, you know. Whip It, shout out to Whip It. He, as a very popular caster, it seems, really does hate Oregon. He says it every single time. It's his least favorite map. He's very bored of it. I love Oregon. It brings you very, very well contested games. Sometimes it might be by the book, but there's still room for improvisation.
It's a good book.
Yeah, exactly. It's always worth rereading. And it's like Order of the Phoenix, right? It might be long. What?
Yeah, I know. I'm agreeing with
Oh, you are agreeing. I thought you were going to disagree and say it was a better one. I think Order of the Phoenix is the best Harry Potter book, right? It's the worst movie.
Jump in there coming from the Gemini from Sturksy gets shut down by Valiant, but the information will be given. And that's the point. Now Sturzy knows that there is someone closely watching that jump in, and so he's going to shift his entry and move over towards the other side. Duran's coming out to make sure there's no one playing beneath, so they can get rid of any denial, but there's 4 men. They can't afford to bring denial and the rest of the stuff that they want. And so Smoke Cancel will go off in answer to the breach being opened.
Well, we go into chapter 2 of this round. Chapter 1, rather uneventful. Not much happened. Nobody picked off early on. Obviously, Rebel Nation don't have to contest with that 5th man, so they may well have lost one potentially if they did have 5. But from the 4-man situation, it's currently relatively even. There we go, the first pick. Rectify falling to Jorda. 5 versus 3. Valiant is going to have to be very strong on this position. He's let the planter get into position.
JXC is below.
Oh, no, it doesn't quite work.
a misprediction on where they're planting, and Valiant gets shot across that long angle. An absolute. They're like flies on a carcass. The second you are in a 4 versus 5, and then they tip it to a 3 versus 5.
Oh,
At that point,
Avada
you're-
Kedavra. And the Rebel Nation, I mean, this isn't Harry Potter, but they all were Daedalus Diggle at the end of that round. They're going to reattempt Kids' Dorms. They're going to try and do that again. And now that it's match point against them, they've got a lot to do. It's a real shame, given how contested this game is still. Given they have that man disadvantage, that just I'm proud of Rebel Nation. They've done themselves proud at least. Like if their parents aren't proud of them, like they're seeking approval of their dad. I'm proud of you guys. Well done. You put up a really strong fight today, despite your disadvantage, and they can still do it.
I mean, look, it is still within reach. It is a steep hill to climb. It makes a lot of sense saying Red Rider hop over to the Vigil, because one thing that I've been noticing is a buzzing of blue. When the attackers get close to the site, we're seeing, one, there's so many of them, and two, there are so many drones. Like, in that mid-late round, they're keeping their drones alive really, really well, and they just flood into the site to give them all of that intel, and there's only a few defenders in order to keep... And there's only a few defenders to keep track of, so having the Vigil makes a lot of sense. But, look, it's a steep, steep hill to climb, but the whole of today... Ooh, this is a way to start things off. If you can get a free spawn kill, it's a relatively common one. As she comes around the corner, spots the head, backs off because he doesn't get free-fired. He takes a chunk of damage and doesn't deal any. He escapes up West Tower, but where's he going to escape from there? Because that is a place to get trapped. He might be able to make it across if he jumps over towards main dorms. But it looks like he's going to try and back off and just get out of there as rapidly and safely as he can.
Maybe potentially a misplay from Endangered. If you know that player is there, he may well be isolated. Maybe you just go for him, throw 2 men at him. You lose 1, you're still even. Letting him get away, especially the Legion, in that position. Now he can go back to site and get all his goos down and become more powerful over time. Potentially a misplay from Endangered. Regardless, they still have the advantage. First minute of play.
There are 3 drones driving through Master Bedroom. This is, I mean, it helps that Rectify now has just sweeped up like 4 of their drones. But with 2 minutes left, the breach is going to begin.
It's swooped. Learn your past tense.
I'm sorry, that's a failing on my part, and I will attempt to not make the same mistake again. But
Valiant, he's going aggressive on the breach. Does almost no, he doesn't at all. Great aggressive play from the Jaeger, going on to 15-7. He is an absolute machine today, just really rocking it. And now it's even. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Still a good amount of time for the attackers to make something happen. The Vigil taking a lot of damage, and there's a frag grenade headed his way. It doesn't deal any further damage, though. He survives. The Mav himself doesn't survive, though. He's taken out by JX. A lovely call from Vigil, and the Legion moves in and sweeps it right up. Another pick from Rectify. Only 1 from Warden means that it's a 3 versus 2. Oh, this fight! Neither player gets each other, both left on very little health. But finally, Rectify shut down. A 2 versus 2 now, 50 seconds remaining. Good defensive positions being held, though. There's a lot for Jorda and Scipio to do, especially given the low health of the ace.
No impacts, a single goo mine, but the T5 will answer. The Ash is on low enough health, and Jorda is on even less. If they can secure this trade, they drag us to overtime, which, for a 4-man team, they will do it. Will this 4-man team manage to claw back enough rounds in a row to win this match of the qualifiers?
They are living up to their name. Rebel Nation, they've rebelled against the norm. They have been, Rebel Nation, a revelation. It's just been brilliant from them. They don't look much different to when they had 5. And I don't mean that as an insult to non-linear. No linear. He was perfectly fine when he was playing. Will he come back, or is he just completely gone? I guess they don't need him right now. Really, really enjoying this 4-man play. They've taken it all the way to overtime, and obviously they are on defense now on
If you look at some
overtime, which
rosters-
favors them.
in many games, someone on the roster is having a bad day. And
Attackers need to
throughout
locate
comp
and defuse as many bombs as
and
they can.
competitive play, you can have a team where someone has a bad day and the rest of the team can still pull it through. And that's not to say that Nonlinear was having a bad day. It is to say that Rectify, Valiant, JCX, and Red Rider are really hammering it out. They are disadvantaged, I think more importantly in terms of utility and just having someone to be on cams. Because as you said earlier, right? When you've got 4 men, for one person to sit on a camera is to have only 3 guns up and ready to receive the oncoming attackers, which is not somewhere you want to be.
10 seconds left.
So the fact that they're managing to keep themselves there, stay
5
careful,
seconds left.
and effectively, if they can get the opening frag, the round is looking pretty good. I mean, statistically, it actually favors them.
Yes, I think it helps if they can get those breaches because they have no denial. That is the issue with the one man less. You can't necessarily afford. I think they're opting for clutch players. They've got that vigil where they can't drone because there's so many drones. They don't have a drone denial operator. They're just going for, okay, well, if they're going to drone us, they can't see where I am, and I've got a good gun ready to clutch this out. It's great adjustment in terms of operators, but it does mean that they are liable to those breaches being opened straight away. All the angles open for the attackers to use with that man advantage.
Bit of breaching going down already. A reinforcement there next to big window to try and secure up the lines of sight into kids' dorms has already been opened up, and the Yana has attempted to get a Gemini in. Bit of information passed on to her, and Valiant is just playing drone hunting simulator at this point. And that's another thing, with only having 4 men, that's 2 drones you do not have on the board.
I've got to say, if Rectify actually is using a controller, like, great job shooting those drones because it's freaking hard.
I'm going to assume he was joking because
Yes.
I play in controller and I can't do that, and I'm sure that's the
Yeah.
only difference in our shooting ability.
100%. Varna, we would both be in Pro League if we weren't
JCX.
playing on console.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. JCX starts us off, and they get the opening pick. Valiant takes a whole load of damage, and Rectify lines up ahead. Scipio puts 1 nail in this coffin, and there's only 3 more nails needed to secure this one.
Losing Valiant this early, a serious problem. Those attackers, for those defenders, sorry, the attackers assaulting towards Rectify. He's isolated over in Armory. Even if he gets back,
he's
even if he takes up
trapped.
Warden, he's got to watch those angles from almost, but not anymore because the Legion aggresses through the breach and takes him down. JX has, though, been shut down in response on the Legion. The aggression was countered. So Red Rider and Rectify being left as the only 2 men. Rectify so isolated. If Endangered let him get away, this is a serious misplay. It should be a 1 versus 3. He is so trapped over there in Armory. There is nowhere to go unless he pegs it down the stairs.
Well, hopefully they keep any pegging out of this. This is a PG game. No, he's not going to let him get
Wait,
through the
no.
rotate. He shuts down a
He's
planter.
covering it!
What is that? And Rectify gets the shot into Warden. There's a fear that was covering that trapped Malusi has failed to trap them in. Red Rider shuts down the last, and Rebel Nation take the lead in overtime.
What is happening? This is insane! The 4-man team of Rebel Nation. I don't know what's going on. They pulled it back from the 3. There was a 2 versus 3. 1 player trapped in Armory. They're going for the plant. Nobody covered for the Vigil moving around. I mean, that is 100% why they brought the Vigil on their defense. I mean, Endangered, you can set up as many drones as you want. You can't tell where Vigil is. And he snuck through unawares, took out that player, backed off.
That was...
And then the Malusi player in Rectify, noting that player had dropped on the diffuser, then came round knowing there was 1 in Armory. Not in Armory, sorry, in Attic. Took out the supporting player before the refrag could take place. Incredible improvisation. And great use of their utility, to be fair, from Rebel Nation.
That moment of distraction, the Sophia was there. I'm not sure if she was on Armory stairs or if she was in Master Bedroom. I didn't quite catch that in the end. But either way, she was there to stop Malusi from getting back. But the second, like, I'm planting, wait, I've been shot by Vigil, that is when you, as a player at any level, go, shit, where were they? Because when you were droning, you couldn't tell, and they've just killed your planter. You need to know. Like, can I cover? Do I move? Am I in danger? Where can I go to refrag this guy? And in that moment, Malusi charges out and catches you off guard and sinks what was a 3-2 advantage, planting to a 2 versus 1 sweep. Like, that kind of instantaneous action is both
Rebel
really
Nation have won 3 rounds with 4 men.
No, they've won 4.
4! Oh my lord.
It's 4 or 5. I didn't
When
catch
they
which
lost it.
round.
Yeah.
I didn't catch which round it was that they
Nah,
lost. I think it was
it'll
round
be
7.
4. They've won since then, but including the round that they won with the Lost Man.
I mean, I think it's 4.
Yes.
But I mean, we go.
Crazy. I was talking about the advantage that that Rebel Nation have, given that if they play strongly with 4 men, Endangered could feel like, you know, we should be taking advantage of this and we're not, and that gets to your head. It's like in football, the opposition, they get a red card and you think, right, we're against 10 men, we've got it. You should win. But that makes it harder sometimes.
The second you're not winning, you start panicking that, oh, what are we're withdrawing this. And the second the thought of like, we're throwing this enters your mind, the chances that you throw it skyrocket.
Yes, they do. But being on defense of Oregon for this round, you'd expect Endangered to definitely take this one. They've just got to play it cool, play for time, slow things down, get those defeats out of your mind, let them move away. What they can afford to do that their opposition couldn't is this roam from Scipio. But as I say that, the man count is equalized straight away. Rectify took a lot of damage, but he took out the first man. And it's the smoke! Those canisters gone. And reinforcing off kids for giving up attic control straight away. Endangered. That's an interesting move with a minute remaining.
Looks like Scipio is down there behind, spots a drone and shoots it. And none of that actually gave his position away. The Ash jumping up there to Master Legend, but the Nomad. You will be very surprised unless that Nomad has placed those air jabs to stop that flank from happening.
You can see almost his screen is filled with orange. He has so many players in front of him. He has Warden in support as well on a cross angle. It's all going to come down to pre-fires from the attackers. JC gets the first one, and Rectify gets another onto the Bandit. Warden's the only player in a position to deny, except for Scipio underneath with that C4. Can he stop the plant? No, he's gone for the wrong spot. Oh no, he has gone for the right spot. Sorry, I was mistaken. It looked like he'd gone for the wrong spot, but he had indeed got the right one. And Warden picking up another, bringing it back. JC, though, shuts down Warden in return. He has the diffuser. He's going for a plant over in Kid Storms. It's only Scipio to deny. 12 seconds, which will now turn into 45 to deny that plant. He has 2 players to shut down, and it's the 2 you really don't want to come up against. Both 10+ kills, Valiant and JC.
He enters across the room. The crossfires, though, are far too strong, and Rebel Nation close out the first playday of the qualifiers for Reflex Championship with a 4 versus 5. They lost a man and never got him back. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 7 rounds in a row, is that? Hold on.
No. They lost one after their first win with 4 men.
They played 7 rounds with 4 men. And they won 5 of them.
Oh.
What?
Wow.
Like, every time, the care that must instill you to be like, we cannot be the opening death. You can't. Because every time they were the opening death, they lost. Because with that man advantage, early in the round, the lack of utility, you get swamped. And they did. But every time they managed to equalize it, there was just something. I mean, JCX stepped up. Valiant was going strong all the way throughout. JCX really, really fucking ramped it up towards the end of that. Endangered. Known to us here at Reflex Championship, very strong team and a very strong performance through, I think, probably the first half of that matchup. Rebel Nation, Welcome to Reflex Championship. It is
Yep.
good to have you here. 'cause
I'm
that performance
very
was-
excited to see what they can offer up this season. Reminder, ladies and gents,
Yes,
these are the
yes.
qualifiers. These are some of the teams who might not even make it into the division. Make sure you stick around for the league season, because if we see stuff like we've seen today, what a great triple of games we've seen here today. I mean,
I just wow. Every single game today was that's possibly the most consistent, exciting
Mhm.
games I've casted. Or to be honest, I've seen.
Yeah.
Z-Truth versus Sequence was an absolute stormer.
Mhm.
Proximity Ignite, incredible, went to overtime.
Mhm.
Endangered Revelation, the newbies come in with a man disadvantage for exactly half of the game with a
Ah.
man gone, and they still win it. I'm gonna need
Oh.
to have some beef stroganoff tonight to calm down. Probably a drink.
Ooh.
But before we vanish
Rebel
from
Nation,
that,
I mean, shout out, team of the play day. I
yes,
don't know what
absolutely.
happened in the other matches. I mean, obviously, there were so many other matches today that weren't brought to everyone to see. They were all happening in the background, but I assure you, there was no better game than that of the selection.
There were
a great decision to pick this particular match.
Yeah, so there are a lot of teams qualifying here for this season 4 of Reflex Champions. 27 games happened today, and we had the pleasure of bringing you those 3, and that's just a taste of what is to come. We have 3 more rounds to bring you, which are going to happen on the 15th of January, so check in next week for those. I mean, I can't wait. And I can't wait for the rest of the season if there's going to be anything like that. A combination
Yeah.
of altered meta, new talent coming in, existing talent just performing really, really well. Wow. Yeah, I haven't really got much else to add other than that I'm just really freaking excited.
Yes, excitement is the thing we should carry on forth. Use it. Use the excitement you've built up today to do something with your evening. I don't know. What Barnell? What can
Exciting
they do?
things. Okay. so
Exciting things.
take inspiration from these teams. Obviously, when I watch competitive Siege, it makes me want to play Siege.
No. Draw fan art of
Fan art
Rebel
would be
Nation.
great. Fan art
And
of
Barnell.
us, but I mean both of us would be great. Of our like observer.
I won't mind if we're like
science.
kissing. You know, it can be
Well,
gay
no, that's
fan art.
encouraged.
Yeah.
Either way, thank you so much for watching. This has been a super fun. This is my first qualifying cast. Maybe
Oh, yeah.
I'm qualified now.
Hey.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of you for watching. We'll see you guys next time for the remainder of the qualifiers and the rest of the season. I have been Barnowl. We have been joined behind the desk by Max, D, and Science by observing and production. So thank you so much to you two. And obviously, my wonderful co-commentator, Ebac. Any closing comments, Ebac?
Keep it hippity hoppity. Get off my property. See you later, guys. Hope you have a nice time. Tune in next time.
Good evening.
I know it's easy to get lost in yesterday, to bring back all these things. I know you love them, I know you love them, but I know that I can try again to warm your heart. Please understand, things don't make a change. I must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even if it passes by, this isn't how we say goodbye. Just until next time. There's nothing wrong with shedding tears to make sure that your side is clear and bring to light all your silly fears.
It's terrific. I'm so proud of you.
Just when you forgot, maybe take the time to stop and cherish what we had instead of missing what we had. You only notice when it's gone because to satisfy what you long for, you will have to try again to fill your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. You know you've got something could change. You must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even when it passes by, that wasn't how you said goodbye. Just until next time, you'll still be through the falling tears. And now you know your side is clear. Bring to light all your silly fears. I was thinking that maybe when you get back, you could come with me. Fuck work, fall in love right now, and spend all our money. Jump with me. Jump with me. I've been feeling it buzzing in my fingertips. Wanna try you out. Get lost, get far away, and do what we wanna do now. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump And I know the odds are always stacked against us. Even though we're young and trying to